Okay, I am here. Well, I right when I went live on YouTube, it showed me some dropped network frames. I think it's because when it tries to connect, it like lags and struggles. But oh boy, if that's like a foreshadowing, hopefully my internet holds up. It kind of died earlier, um, but yeah, it seems to be okay for now. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. I think is the audio and visuals, everything working? It seems to be stable. All right, so I'm gonna do some interiors today. Look at that. Look at you can see the lighting on my face. The way the orange goes. It makes me look. It has adds color to my face with the orange. Flipping between blue and orange. It's bright. Okay, also, my eyes, I think I've played too many video games. My eyes hurt already, and I haven't even started painting. Okay, so I don't know what to paint, so I need ideas. I have a few, I wrote down a few ideas, but they're not very exciting, like a throne room and just like So, okay, so let me back up. Let me back up. My plan is to paint some interiors today, interior environments. But the reason I decided to do this is because I wanted to add a bit of story to a thing, or try to. Um, I was responding to someone today who was asking about like getting ideas and how do you come up with ideas and that kind of question. And sort of what I was trying to get at in my explanation was that you oftentimes don't need to have a good idea. Like oftentimes you just start somewhere. So like for characters, you could say a firefighter. Well, that's not very exciting. Most people would probably discount that as like not a good idea. But then you might just start asking yourself questions like, what do firefighters do? And then you could say they put out fires. And then you could say, well, what if they didn't? And then what else might they extinguish? Things like that. And you could be like, something else that spreads like a fire. It could be, disease or some mold that's creeping and they have to like go and like, get rid of it or something, like as if it, or some magic, some evil magic that's being spread. Like you could, once you decide that there's anyway, the point is like you don't have to start with a good idea. You can just start asking basic questions like what is the function of this thing? And then you're like, well, what if it were different? Or, you know, like I mean, I think there's a lot of writing tips there, right? Like if like subverting expectations with characters. So like if you had a character who had a really bad temper, you might say, what job could they have in which like what would be the worst job for somebody who has an anger problem? And then do that, right? And then like now they have this like there's like a thing to build around, right? Or like in my case, I'm adding magic to something. You could be like, how would a mechanic fix things with magic, and what might that look like? And you know, like basically exploring those options. Anyway, so I want to do that with environments because the same thing can be applied, right? So you could say like, I'm gonna paint a bakery. And you're like, okay, well, what if it were magical bakeries? What would maybe there's like I mean, of course you can pull from things you've already known, but you can also like add another thing in it, or anyway. So yeah, just different environments. And I was thinking like, because I was doing my laundry today while I was thinking of this, I'm like, okay, what about like a laundromat? What if you had a laundromat and then it's like, well, what else could they wash? And I'm like, oh crap, maybe this whole idea isn't working because I don't know how to continue. I'm like, well, what if? And then I just made something. I'm like, okay, potatoes. Like, why would you wash potatoes? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you'd have like maybe you have so many potatoes you have to wash them somehow, and the only thing available was a washing machine. And so you threw them in there. Like it's stupid, but it starts to create like a story and like why might you have so many potatoes? And then maybe there's magic that, like, you have a harvest magic or something that made your home garden get out of control, and suddenly it's an industry, but you're in over your head and you can't get rid of the potatoes fast enough, and so you're trying to sell them. I don't know. That's stupid, but the point is it snowballs you. Hey Skittle, happy Thursday. Thanks for the hydrate. So yeah, that's kind of the plan for today is interiors, starting with just basic places and adding magic or doing things to them. I don't really have an idea yet. There's a thing that I've done recently though. What's the tea? The tea is Earl Grey. I have a ludicrous amount of Earl Grey tea bags, and so I have to work my way through them. Oh snap! Wait, why oh snap? What do you mean oh snap? That's pretty standard, right? That's oh nice. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Earl Grey is on my tools list of the things that I use for streaming. Yeah, Clip Studio Paint, Wacom. I still need to change the Wacom Intuos Pro to be a large instead of small. But Pure Ref and Earl Grey tea. Those are my required tools. If you have those, you can paint. Which technically there's, other things. But yeah. So I also have I tried something today and it was kind of I don't know how I feel about it. I used ChatGPT to get a list of random interiors, just like list a bunch of interiors. Nothing in particular, just like a throne room, pretty boring, but like you could, fantasy it up or something. I don't know. Like it's I kind of feel bad like why do I have to do this? But I think as far as like a very basic starting point, just grabbing a bunch of random generic things, I feel like it's pretty good at that. It's pretty good at giving you stuff. Like I'm not trying to invent new things, right? I'm just taking a thing that already exists, just a list of them. I don't know. I know there's a lot of hate there. Even the mere mention of it is awful, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel differently. I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. I feel a little differently from about text generated like AI than I do. Hey, fish, long time no see. So like, yeah, I kind of feel bad. I feel like I should feel bad, but I kind of don't. Like, it's a list. I don't know. Anyway, how are you, fish? Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Hope the day is going good. All right, let's start with the laundromat. That's I was doing my laundry today, and I'm like, let's paint fantasy. All right, so what might a fantasy laundromat? What would you wash, or how might you wash? I guess you don't have to use real washing machines, right? You could wash things with. There's that scene from. You guys ever see the Sword in the Stone, like the Disney movie? Back in like the 90s, probably early 90s, I assume. Uh, where they're like in the kitchen. Merlin is like overwhelmed with all the dishes, and he's like using magic to scrub the dishes and stuff. I'm that's what popped into my head. Is like uh, all the yeah, like using magic to clean stuff. Or like I guess you could go full on Disney and do like Cinderella style where she uses birds to clean things. Like she's, embracing the animal the call of nature to like have the birds help clean and the squirrels and all that. Not Cinderella, Snow White. That was Snow White. Never mind. I don't know why I said Cinderella. Um, so that's like two separate cases, right, of using magic. One is like literal magic, like lift things up and with a wand kind of thing, and the other is using birds. How have you been? I've been really good, fish. I've been good. Hopefully my internet holds up. It's been kind of wonky lately. I'm kind of tired. My eyes hurt. I've been staring at a screen too much. Uh, but you know, other than that, pretty good. Doing well. Whoa, almost just dumped my tea. I heard washing machines are inefficient washers, so it could be something more efficient, different mechanism. What do you mean they're inefficient? How are they inefficient? They might be, but if I know how they're inefficient, maybe we can solve how magic can help us. I mean, I don't want to go like steampunk, right? Which is basically magic. Is steampunk magic? I feel like there's always like it's basically, I mean, I guess it's more like science fiction. I don't know. What do you call steampunk? I feel like it's basically science fiction. But a weird genre of it because it's not really that science fictiony. It's just like this, I don't know, very hand wavy mechanical stuff. I don't even know what you call it. There's definitely a lot of hand waving though in steampunk. But yeah, I don't want to do steampunk. Let's do okay. So to clean things, I feel like it's technically sci-fi. Yeah, it does feel like it's sci-fi, right? Okay, so if we're washing things, maybe it's not about how you're washing. Maybe we have like our standard washers. But maybe it's about why we're washing things. What maybe like magic gone awry and it's exploded in the room and there's magic everywhere and and yeah, maybe there's like yeah, maybe the magic exploded and then there's just like stuff everywhere. Like what sort of magic? I'm thinking but it could be I don't know why. I really like plants. I'm thinking plant stuff. I don't know why this is so much harder on stream. There's a thing where, like, when I'm just thinking of dumb ideas, I have no problem doing hypotheticals when I'm, like, typing it up. But when I'm talking through it, I don't know. It's not always easy. The pressure is, it's so weird because it's not. Like, I do this all the time, but coming up with ideas. I think a lot of it is there is like a super subtle pressure where I want to have something that works, and then because of that, I'm not allowing myself to like try stupid stuff, which is how you get to the good stuff. And then it's kind of like a. Also, I'm kind of hot. I'm overheating. Why am I wearing a long sleeve shirt? Don't you dare disappoint it. I know, right? It's like, oh my goodness. No, but I feel like a lot of this like coming up with ideas, like okay, so like also interiors are hard. I don't know how to coming up with ideas for interiors. But yeah, okay, I like the idea of a laundromat. So maybe it's just, you know, your standard, maybe there's like a center island. Some sort of center island. Maybe it's here. And then there's like seats or something. Maybe there's some these are the washers. We've got the washers here. We've got a basket of clothes. Here's our clothes basket with things draped over, like, you know, pants and stuff. A big mound of clothing. But now, or maybe it's not clothing. Maybe it's like I mean, it could be fantasy, like you know, like swords and sorcerer dragons and armor and stuff. So maybe it's like suit of you know, it could be like a you know medieval washing their armor and scrubbing it and stuff. I don't really want to do a full scene like that. I want to do more of. Hmm. Hey, pumpkin pie, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Also, what is happening with my hair? I need a haircut. It's getting unruly. It's going great. Nice. Feel free to list random in interior environments. I need ideas, and it doesn't have to be like a full idea. It just could be like a starting of an idea, like a bakery, which is probably a thing. Bakery. Or like a throne room. Throne room. I don't know if I'll get to all of them. Here's a laundromat. Also, never mind. That I was going to ask a very stupid question. I was going to say, why is it called a laundromat? Which I don't actually know what laundro means. It's not laundromat, which is what I always thought it was growing up, because, like, you do laundry in a laundromat. And so, surely it's a laundry mat. Like, I don't know. It kind of made sense. I don't actually know what laundra is. Like, why it is spelled the way it is. But anyway, that's that random tangent. Oh, maybe these washing machines are magical washing machines and they wash them in with, maybe there's glowy stuff. Or maybe they're... Is it sometimes spelled laundromat? I don't know if you put the hyphens. I don't know. There's probably a company called that, but no, I think it's just that word without the hyphens. It's just one word. Laundromat. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell it, right? Yeah. Why might we have to take our clothes to get washed at a laundromat? Or what else could you take to get washed at a laundromat? Could be like dueling stuff from, you know, like uniforms or something. I had no idea it was spelled like that. I always thought it was laundromat since that's how people pronounce it, right? Same here. Yeah, it's pronounced laundromat with an O. I think I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure. Laundromat. Yeah, it's laundromat with an O. Anyway, yeah, today you learned something. Your brain has increased in size or something. I don't think that's how that works, but anyway. Maybe I'll come back to this one. I'll try to figure out what I could turn it into. Like who? Maybe asking who, right? We got the what. Maybe the who. Well, like in a magical school, what are the messiest things you could do? Like baking. Baking is pretty messy. You could have any sort of like explodey thing where you have like, you know, gunk all over you and you're covered in head to toe with stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to spitball. I don't know enough about magical things. Surely there's something we could do. I don't know. We'll think about it. Swamp exploration. Ooh, true. Swamp exploration. I like that. How might you show that in a... I mean, I guess you could have a character coming in full on like head to toe in gunk. Right? Like they're in their clothing, carrying their stuff, and they're just completely covered in muck. That could be kind of fun. I mean, that's very illustration-y. I was trying to do more interiors, and that's less about interiors and more about, like, a person going to a laundromat, which isn't really what I want to do. But that's not a bad idea. Maybe okay. Let's pivot. Let's pivot. So laundromat is for washing clothes, but what other kind of clothes? So magical people oftentimes have like wizards hats and wands, but maybe you wouldn't take them to a laundromat. Maybe you would just take them to like a wand washing store, right? Like maybe they have special things that wash the wands, like a rotisserie chicken thingy, like that spin, right? And then you stick the wands on them, and then they circle and they get cleaned, and maybe there's like a whole like fancy system where you go in and there's like different stations, and each station has like a mechanical device for washing wands, and maybe there's like a cabinet in the front with all the wands and being showcased and stuff. So maybe it's the idea is a laundromat, but it's not actually for washing clothes, it's for washing wands. I like that idea better. Like washing magical wizard's gear. Let's do that. Trying to think of like maybe there's like a device they use. It could be like a I'm thinking like a deep fryer, except you put the wands in the basket and then you dip them into the sink or something. I don't know. Maybe there's wands up here, and then you dip them into the like again. There's a basket, and it lowers down into the pot. That could be a thing. We've got sudsy water in here. Okay, so we've got our sudsy water. Cooking. Well, not cooking. Nope, nope. Well, maybe cooking. It could be cooking. It doesn't have to be. I was thinking wands, but that's not probably not the best way to do it. That is cooking. No, it was gonna be wands in like a pot, or like magical things, and then pot stream. No, and then like a dishwasher type thing, but for wands. I don't know. I'm just playing with ideas. I not very good ideas, to be fair. Or how would you wash a broom? Maybe is that a sink? That could be a sink. We have a wizard here. He made the pot a pan. It's a pan. Yeah. I don't know. These are my super good sketches. Okay, a bakery. How might we do a bakery? I don't know. Let's let me find some interiors of stuff. Like bakeries exist, so let's do like it'll just help with mapping things out at the start. Images. Let me find references. Please, internet, hold up. Hold up. It can do it. I'm opening up PeerRef. Slap in. Ooh, that's a nice looking bakery. Look at that. They have some tasty looking things, I think. Yeah, we got some tasty stuff. Look at these. What do we have here? Donuts. Lots of donuts. Donuts and ew. What is this? I don't know what that is, but they don't look good. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Sandwiches. Some sort of sandwiches. Some sort of... I don't know. That looks very American. Anyway, there's a shop of some sort. I like it because it's just like a basic interior of a place, and then we can just sort of like set dress it, I guess, if we want. Which is probably the best way to do that, rather than have to like figure out how everything works. We're just gonna make some big fat lines here. These lines are just gonna be things like the ceiling and, you know, this wall or something. Probably not that wall. I don't know. It could be. And of course, this is not actually going to go like that. There's going to be stuff back here. Hey, what are you cooking? It smells good. Hey, how's it going, Basilisk? What you cooking? I am not sure what I'm cooking. Interiors, I guess. We'll see how that goes. Just kind of trying to sketch it and in very big blobby stuff instead of lines. I could do lines, but I'm trying to avoid it. See if I can't find a way of working with big shapes for interiors that doesn't suck. We'll see. We will see. All right, we'll get some stuff there. Gonna add some lighting. Maybe there's some nice natural light coming in, just like in our reference photo. And then on here, we got some nice yellow light. You've been trying, having a bit of a hard time with side effects from new medication you're on. But I'm on the end of it where it should start subsiding soon. Oh, that's good. Sorry to hear you're having a tough time with the side effects, though. That's the... Yeah, that can't be fun. All right, maybe some nice orange. I don't know. I feel like no. Let's do something different. Let's. They're not baking. They are cooking something else. Some greeneries, some plants. They're mixing some cocktails of stuff, adding a dash of something. They're gonna be making some potions or something. And I feel like, well, we could still do warm. Do we want, like, I feel like a potion brewery. We could still have, like, a warm feeling to it, right? I don't know. Do we want that, though? I kind of like the idea of the warm makes sense more for, like, you know, ovens and stuff, right? Like, that color palette. Whereas, I think if we take the same color palette, but make it more like, well, not the same color palette, same layout. Let's just slap it over here real quick. Whereas if it instead had like blues and other colors. Let's go color. Like I want it to feel lively, so maybe like yellow greens. We get the sun coming in. Get some warmth, so we do maybe get some orange shining in. But then maybe on the other side, we have like blue or some cool colors. You're looking forward to get back to art? Do the side effects that you have, are they like how are they such that they like are they affecting your ability to do art without knowing anything about, you know, what the side effects are and stuff? Yeah. I haven't really been doing much art lately other than streaming, which I guess is still a lot of art relative to how much art a lot of people do, but I kind of feel like it's different. At least to me, it feels different because it doesn't feel like good. Like, I mean, it's fun, right? I enjoy it. I enjoy spending time doing art on stream, but it's kind of different, right? It's not super high quality art. It's not for anything in particular other than streaming. It's sort of its own endeavor in a way. And, it's not bad. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not the same as like doing some ambitious thing on my own that is, not streaming. I don't know if any of that made sense. My brain is struggling to words today. The They basically gave you a major art block. I can't even start to work on stuff. Oh no. But that should go away with side effects as they usually mostly mental. Gotcha. Hopefully they go away soon. New meds can screw with things overall, depending on the meds. I hope they work out in the long term for you. Maybe we got some beakers. I know this is like nothing special. This is not exactly a new idea. I mean, it's just a potion brewery. But maybe we have like maybe it's more vine greenery and stuff. Again, I don't want to go too greenery because I do want to make it still feel like an interior. But maybe if we put like a tree back here or something, we can put a little bit of light. Maybe this is in a pot. A big old a potted plant. And then maybe there's some, mortar and pestle for mixing the stuff. And maybe there's some big sacks back here of flour. I don't know, just different things. Sacks of stuff just layered up here. There, stacks of things. Maybe these are here. Maybe there's some cabinets up here. Maybe some cupboards, some drawers or something. Maybe we get some lighting up top. I will say, I think we can put some nice lighting in here. Maybe like something on the like if there's light coming in here, maybe it's catching on the counter, and then right in the counter we have some let's try something. Let's do some lighting in here. Here. We don't actually need to put the lighting everywhere, but then we'll just put some just darkening stuff. This process is awful, but that's okay. This is what happens when I guess we can get this a little warmer in here, right? We don't need super blue stuff. We get a little warmer. This is looking a little dingy though. This is speaking. We were talking about growing things. This gives me like Breaking Bad vibes, where they're in their trailer thing. This is like the most dingy. You got like these old like curtains that are like look like they're covered in smoke or something. This is just like the worst environment ever. Oh no. Not good for the overall feeling of it. We need some warmth in here. Some nice colors. Some greenery. Ooh, maybe they have to work in the dark because what's the function of this interior? Was gonna be just like a place like making potions. Potions with plants. Maybe there's some flasks. It's gonna end up looking like a Breaking Bad meth lab though. That's not really what I was intended. I don't know. I'm just having fun. I'm just doodling. We're not doing good design here. It's not potions. I mean, it does look a little dingy. We need some nice lights. Look, I don't know what I'm doing. We've got some plants in here. Some mysterious plants. And then random vials of things. Here, let's make some vials of stuff. Just little blobs. Okay, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Fantasy Alchemy Brewing Lab versus Modern Chemistry Lab versus Modern Chemistry Lab. It's too many quotes for me. I don't know what you're saying. I think I know what you're saying. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. What if we make lots of glowing stuff? I'm trying lots of glowing things. That way we know. Let's go cool colors. So pinks and purples. I was gonna put bags of stuff up there, but maybe there's some purples and pinks. Hello, chat. Hi, Basilisk. How are y'all? How's it going, Asia? Hope you're doing well. All right, so now this looks more magical because we put glowy stuff. Everyone knows it's magic if it glows. Exactly. That's how you know, right? Like, it's very obvious this is magic because it's glowing. Ooh, glowy. Yeah, glowy. This is like, how do I make something magical? Let's make it glowing. I know. This is a first iteration though. This is gonna be like, you know, it doesn't. I feel like sometimes you don't need to have a good idea at the start. And it doesn't have to be like, you know, whatever. It's just a glowing. Maybe for example, like what if, for example, we lofted the ceilings to make it more not trailer park looking, right? And then you know, maybe there's a window back here and it's a cozy, you know, it's this person's home has some you know, nice curtains in them. And then, you know, there's a little a peep of light. That's not a. Is that a phrase? A peep of light. There's a bit of light peeping through. But maybe this person is fancy and they have like ornamentation. You know, this like the window frame has some stuff, and the curtains are here, and then maybe these things, maybe there's some recipe books. Yay, there could be a recipe book. Maybe it's flopped open on the right in the foreground or whatever. There we go. Could be a little warmer. But yeah, I am doing well. My day has been pretty good. My eyes are tired. I've been playing some Path of Exile 2 lately. Started back up again. And I finally made it to the beginning of Endgame without dying on my hardcore character. So that feels good. It's the first time since the newest patch that I made it to where I am. So not losing your character before you really get a chance to play it is always nice. So yeah, that's been fun. But also, I think I hurt my eyes. I think that's why I've hurt my eyes is video games, not because of art. Maybe there's like seat covers here that are purple. My mind tends to be busy. Oh, let's see. Maybe some more rustic kitchen stuff will help, and more plants. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, more plants. Exactly. More plants would be good. I don't think I want anything overgrown, though, right? I want it to be pretty contained. Maybe this one's a little droopy. And maybe this person's experimenting on... I don't know. I feel like once the light hits in here, we can start getting some green stuff. I'm not sure what's going on with the lighting, to be honest. We could even do like a wallpaper back here. I feel like some sort of wallpaper would be cool. I like wallpaper stuff. I mean, not really. I think it's kind of... It can be a bit much. But I kind of like it. I think it's cool in paintings to have wallpaper. Because they're just like a textural pattern that is not a thing that I see very often. I don't know. I think wallpaper's cool in paintings. Because it's sort of treating a big solid shape, but it's breaking up in interesting ways. Okay, there we go. A train wagon? Yeah. That does give a little bit of like a train wagon vibe, or like a mobile home type place. Totally not suspicious. Get some potions. And of course, we'll, if we end up detailing this and working on this one, we can make, we can figure out who lives here, what might they have in their home lab. But yeah, I'm not quite sure about what's going on here, but that's okay. The colors in particular are a little rough. It's inside of a caravan you did a while back? Yeah, maybe. That's an idea. I kind of like that idea. Some weird colors going on though. Again, not totally sure I like what's happening, but again, that's fine. Um, Definitely not sure what's going on up here. Little bits of potions and stuff. I was gonna have some stuff sitting up here, but now that I'm doing this, I'm not sure I like that. I do feel like we need like a sink or something over here. Okay. Oh, anyway, that we're getting to the point where I don't think it's important that I continue detailing. At least not for this. It would be... Maybe it will be something that I will do. But anyway, that's kind of fun. There's a thing. We get some potions here. Maybe this bottle can be a bit more brightly colored. Some darker shapes on this side as well. How do others look? But then it's only cooking and they're in the sleep of the car. How do the other thumbnails? Oh, I don't have any other thumbnails at the moment. This is the only one. This is the only thumbnail. We're going kind of slowly today, but I think this works. For starters, it's fun. It's fun to also just play around with color when it comes to things like this, like getting some of these pinks in here. Just I don't know. Maybe the colors are getting a little wild, but trying to get some warmth. Maybe it's a little dusty. There we go. That's... I mean, the colors aren't great. And I have a hunch if I do like a glow dodge, it's gonna look not even worse. Or even less not great. Let's try that. We'll glow dodge. Yeah, that's not... We don't want it to be too wild. Ooh, it looks nice. So the orange one is perspective talk. Someone asked about it. Oh no, that was just the base. That was just how I started. I drew in some guidelines in a three-dimensional space. No, I wasn't really talking about perspective. It's just me guidelines in 1 point perspective. That's what this environment was. Yeah, for interiors are tough for me. Partly because I can't just jump straight into shapes, because oftentimes they're comprised of so many objects, and you know, a space is kind of, at least to me, I feel like interiors, and this isn't probably completely true, but are somewhat defined by the things in the space, right? I mean, obviously there are some spaces that are completely defined by like how you use the space, right? And I think any good architect would thinks about that, and they try to make the space unique to what you're using it for. Like a bathroom, for example, is probably going to, you know, functionally it's a bathroom if it has a place to bathe and probably a toilet and a sink, right? And these things can be built into the architecture of the place, right? They don't just have to be outside of like you know, typically like if you have not always, but sometimes if you have like a, a shower stall, it'll be like there'll be like a corner of the room kind like it can make sense with the room. But I feel like more often than not in the real world, you kind of have just like squares and like the rooms are whatever you put in them. So like an office is just it could, one person's office might be another person's like if they were to move out of their home and someone else moves in, you know, what was once an office might now be a bedroom, right? It's pretty interchangeable. Everything's just boxes. And so I feel like there's a lot of painting of objects as opposed to painting like shapes and forms of like bigger scale stuff, which is hard for me because it requires more foresight into what actually is going to be in the space, right? If you don't know what you're painting, it's hard to make it a room because rooms need stuff typically, right? Otherwise, it's just an empty box, and which is why I started with an empty box, right? Literally just some. Uh, Actually, I started with a reference of a room with stuff in it, which was this, which is why I started with that one. But I just used the scaffolding of it, so like a a thing on one side, a table on one side, and a window on the other, and I turned that window into put some curtains in there, gave it some lighting. Whoops, and turned it into like a different type of space. So that's kind of what I did. You really like taverns, but I wouldn't be able to visualize it and build it out of your own brain. Well, a lot of times though there are places. I mean, there's lots of interiors, right? There's lots of bars and taverns that already exist. So you could just take the general layout and you start changing it, right? Like, I mean, again, sometimes it will be unique, and I think a good design like okay, so I went to college for landscape architecture, but also architecture initially. But a lot of the like most of the time, especially in landscape architecture, right? You're designing to the landscape. You're not just like copy pasting something, right? Like if you have a hill, for example, if you have a maybe you have a house up here. I don't know why I'm drawing this in kind of perspective, but whatever. Let's say you have a house up here, right? Here's a house, and then, this house in front of it has a giant hill, and then you have a bunch of, I don't know, a fence or something here, and then you have a bunch of other houses that aren't yours. Your neighbors are all over here, right? Like, if you want to design this space into a garden, right? Now, I don't know much about residential design, but let's just say you want to design this space into a garden. You basically have to design it on a hill, right? You can't just build out the hill and be like, oh, now it's gonna be flat up here. Like, no, what are you gonna like? So you fit the design to the space, which means you actually have to do some work. It's not just like, oh, just slap in like whereas interiors, right, a lot of times it feels very just like put stuff in there. I'm decorating. I'm working with what you got, and oftentimes that's a square room. But outdoors, it's oftentimes not just square. And I feel like I was making a point. Oh yeah, so like a good design will take into account like how the space is being used and who's there and what are they doing with it, right? Like I don't know, like if you were designing a fantasy world, I'd like to think that like your bakery would be designed as a bakery and it wouldn't just be like, oh, this one. I mean, maybe you could just like, this was once someone's home and they've turned it into a bakery, and so it's kind of just like it looks like a regular kitchen or something. um or you could design it from the ground up and like it would, the way people would engage with it would make sense, right? Maybe it has a little area that pulls out into the front of the home where they can put the fresh baked goods on the street so the passersby can smell them, right? Like I think you can design things to make sense for the space, and I don't know, that to me, um, ideally that's how it would be. I don't know. I already lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was saying. Wukong, hello. Hope you're doing well. I was going somewhere with that ramble. I don't remember where I was going. It's like I start a sentence before I don't really know exactly what I'm gonna say. I just kind of know where it's going, and then somewhere along the way I forgot. Um, Other than to say that I think with outdoor environments, it's much easier to sort of like you can start with a random landform and you can design something for it. But with interiors, I feel like you do need to know a little bit more of what it is the design's for ahead of time because everything's sort of connected. I don't know. I like the sliver of light. Yeah, I like it too. I like that when it comes to like yeah, we've got a a window here. The light's poking in. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's nice. Anyway, but I don't have any other ideas for it. Oh yeah, we were gonna do. Okay, so there's something. Let's do like a. What's another type of environment we could do? We're gonna do like a. I don't know. Could be anything. The possibilities are endless. Somebody is yelling outside my window. So if you hear yelling, that's what it is. Should yell back at them. Okay. We can do another interior, but maybe this one's on like a bit of a 2-point perspective, just to spice it up without even knowing what we're painting. Um, Maybe it's a little market. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of boring though. Like that's the thing that everybody paints, right? It's just little markets with a bunch of people and the hustle and bustle. I feel like we really need to make it our own. That's true. Car mechanic shop could be fun. This looks like little characters at like a maybe they're carny people at like a carnival and they're standing in the booth. Or maybe they're standing in line at a booth and there's toys hanging down. Ooh, that's actually kind of fun. Maybe like a maybe not toys, but it could be like a sword shop or something. I don't know. Little things hanging down in front of them. Like a giant like one of those giant poofy pandas or something. They're hanging. Is that creepy? I don't know if this is creepy or isn't. Don't they have those things at like the Carney games where they're trying to like shoot things and but this is from like the other perspective. These are all like the people who are gonna go and try to win prizes. Because I've been thinking of trying to do someone designs and stuff like that. Oh wait, let's see. Um, but I'm not able to make the interior work because with churches it's meant to look you up. So the throne room would be making you focus where? I'm thinking while writing. Well, you said taverns. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Churches are meant to make you look up? I don't know. I mean, I think the oftentimes the focal point on a church is oftentimes like right behind or at the podium, right? You have the lectern or whatever you call it, where like the church dude stands, and then you might have some big thing behind them. I mean, I think there is a degree of wanting to make you look up and make you feel small and make the place feel bigger and sort of awe-inspiring. like that's I think part of the goal with church design, right, is to sort of have this like, you know, sort of bigger than you experience where like, oh, it's so amazing, and so like I think that's a goal, but there's still a focal point of like the dude in the front talking oftentimes, and like that's kind of still where you're looking, right? Everything's typically facing in one direction, and I don't know if that's quite what you're talking about. But in order to, but in terms of making it read well, I think it is hard to show like the scale of something in a single image. Like if I had a big tavern with a huge chair in it for a throne, then would it be the focal point? If you want it to. That's the thing about the focal point is you get to choose. I mean, think of focal points like where the thing that is catching your attention. If you walked into a bar or a tavern or whatever and you had a camera, you could photograph anything. You could make the bartender, maybe you think they're interesting and they have tattoos on their arm and they look like they have some, maybe they're just an interesting person. And so you just want to snap a photo of them as they're pouring a drink. There's your focal point, right? Or perhaps right when you walk in, there's like a neat atmosphere of all the hustle and bustle and people chattering, and there's it's kind of dim, but there's some lights and stuff, and so you just snap a photo right when you walk through the doors, and you caught this scene, but there wasn't anything in particular. It's just like the atmosphere, right? That's kind of the painting that I paint a lot, where you sort of get this the vibe of the place, right? It's more about the mood, the atmosphere. It's not about one specific person. But even then, maybe you have something in the scene, like in a church, for example, where it's designed with a focal point in mind. So even if you're not really trying, there might be something that catches your attention, right? Now you could steer attention away from that and focus on something else. I don't know. I think it also just depends on what you're doing, right? I think if you're doing a design or versus like an illustration, I think typically the design of something, you would focus the thing, like the design would have a focal point. So like in a church, right, it would be the big stained glass window or whatever. Whereas if you were doing an illustration and telling a story of some sort, that's where it doesn't really matter where you are. Like, you're not going to let the design of the location necessarily dictate your focus. Like, you're hopefully you're going to let the story dictate your focus. So I feel like there's probably a difference there in how and what you're painting for. I don't know how to separate the focus and stuff. I mean, so let's like in a church, right? I mean, imagine a scene in a church where you have a big, stained glass window. If you paint it with, like this with all the contrast and, it's, pretty standard, but then you slap in, let's say you have a backlight. Like for example, if I was going to paint a church with a stained glass window, but I didn't want the stained glass window to be the focal point, I'm not going to light it like this, right? That's going to make the stained glass window the focal point, right? Because now you have, here's the, whatever. The focal point is, I'm just making shapes, but like, here's the stained glass window. Like, that's pretty in focus, right? Like, but you don't have to. Not every scene is going to have a backlighting, right? You don't have to have backlight on this. You could just have a regular old window. In fact, you could even downplay the contrast here. Right? You could downplay the contrast. You could upplay the contrast in the fort, off to the side, and, maybe it's the guy on the podium, and here you're actually going to put some side lighting on him, and suddenly, by the time you're done, this guy's the focal point. Even though this isn't the image, But you don't have to even put this in the image, right? You could just shift the camera elsewhere. So even if you're in a church, you know, you could have all this stuff back here that's kind of a little bit blurry, hard to see, and then this character is the focal point, right? So like you get to choose in that sense. Um, or you could zoom in. You could crop him like this, and maybe there's some interesting stuff behind him, but maybe the stuff is, you know, maybe the stained glass window is back here, and it's completely framing him, right? So now this is a framing device for the character, right? The lines, whoops, the lines are literally like if this were the scene, right? Instead, like now these lines are literally silhouetting it. So now it still might be in a church, and maybe there's some, you know, the indications of like the pews on the side or something, but that's not the focal point, right? So you're in control of how you set up the image, and or hopefully you're in control of that. I don't know, it makes me think of somebody like James Gurney, right? Who, like, he will go around and he'll look at the things that nobody else is looking at, right? There will be a street, you know, like, there will be a street. I'm just going to paint it like this, right? And there will be buildings on all four corners. And normally when you're going down the street, you know, you're gonna look at like one of the buildings or something. Like there's typically some, you know, pretty natural focal points. He'll do things like point it at the storm drain on the side of the road, and he'll paint the storm drain. That wasn't a focal point. That's a thing most people ignore in their day-to-day lives. They drive right by them every day and they never look at them, you know. But he'll just say, "Oh, look at that thing," and he'll make that the scene, right? Like, who's James Gurney? James Gurney is the goat. No, he is. James Gurney is a painter, an illustrator, who wrote the book on color and light. Literally, the book. He wrote the book. He also made. He started. I don't know. He's like a. I mean, he's illustrated like children's books. He has his like own Dinotopia series, and he worked for National Geographic for a long time. He's very sort of has a he has a very good process to painting things that may or may not exist, right? So like if he's gonna paint a dragon, he's very good at making it very realistic, right? Realism, imaginary realism, that kind of stuff. He has a very good understanding of color and light and how to paint scenes, whether he's inventing them or not. Um, he's just very good, and he's good at teaching. He's good at explaining stuff, and he's just kind of chill. And now he just paints plein air stuff. But yeah. Anyway, he's pretty great. But I don't remember what I was saying about him, other than what was I? Oh yeah, that he will he will just paint things like an alleyway or a storm drain or a pile of wood, and he'll make it look gorgeous, right? He is the cameraman, right? He's choosing what to paint and what to like. When I think when people say like, what are you trying to say with your art? That's, to me, that's like the most basic version of that. Like, what are you actually focused on, right? What do you care about, you know? If you could walk into a room with a bunch of objects and it's like, what's the focus? Like, what do you get interested in, right? What does your eyes lock onto? And you say, oh, that's interesting. Or maybe not even that's interesting. Just, huh. Like, I'm noticing that, you know? Maybe you walk into a kitchen and you notice the sponge on the counter or something, and you're like, huh, that's kind of gross, right? Or maybe you notice the plants and the colors, or maybe you notice the shiny metal on the sink. Like, it doesn't matter. Any of those could be the focal point. The thing is, when if you're gonna paint it, you have to be aware that you get to choose that, right? You get to choose what you're looking at. And everything else is not as important, probably. I mean, it could be. You could just do, again, you could do the whole scene. You could walk into a kitchen and there's a scent. Maybe it's musty and, not musty. Maybe it's damp and like mildewy and it's kind of stinks. And like maybe you want to convey that. Maybe that's your focus. And so everything else is less important. So it's more about the colors and the grittiness and making it look. He made the Artist Guide to Sketching. I didn't know that was. I didn't even know what that is. The Artist Guide to Sketching. It wouldn't surprise me. He's very good at drawing from life and in person, and yeah, he's very good. But yeah, he does have a focus on illustration as opposed to like concept art and design. Let's do a bakery. I guess we can do a bakery. Maybe we'll do a big bread. So I don't really like drawing small objects. Yeah, I don't want to do like an illustration of a loaf of bread. Could do an aquarium. That'd be kind of neat. An underwater. I mean, I did say like a throne room. Maybe an underwater throne room. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know. Is that generic? Maybe a little bit. Maybe we put some seashell under here. I feel like the oyster or clam, not clam, the pearl. I don't really want the throne. Wasn't it in The Little Mermaid where they had the clam throne, or was it a clam throne? I don't know. I thought it was where they sat in the clam. You could use like Minecraft Ocean Monument as for reference. Reference a good idea and not copying it over. Yeah, you could do that for sure. Was there a throne in the clam? I don't remember. It does have a natural, nice. It feels very throne roomy, right? Because you have like the. Something like that. Maybe there's a trident. We do like our tridents. Trident. Maybe some coral. Maybe this whole thing is coral. I don't know. Could be. Maybe a stair. I don't know why you'd need stairs up to a... Anyway, there's something. And then maybe back here there's some reefs and different things. This is a very large shell. So maybe the shell is made out of something like coral. I don't know, maybe it's not actually a shell. Which could be kind of fun. Could even have like... So maybe it's shell-shaped, but not a shell. And then we can put some little shapes in there. Or some negative space or something. I don't know. We can do whatever. Also, I apologize for my tiredness today. I probably a little lower energy than normal. But that's okay. Some days are just like that, you know? And then if this is a throne room, maybe we have stuff like that. And then maybe there's things lined on the ground a little bit. Some different colors. I don't know. Doesn't even matter. Sometimes you can just make random shapes that look cool, and then you can figure out what they are later. And you're like, maybe it's like a fan. Maybe it's not a shell. You were doodling yesterday, and this guy came out. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. I like the head shape with the little flippy hair thingy, or the head swirly doodad. I like it. That's fun. That's cool, Asia. I like that. Very nice. Yeah, it's cool. It almost looks like it could be like you know, like if it was all one part, it could all be part of his head. It could almost be like an alien in a way. I think it's cool. It definitely, to me, it gets the creative juices flowing, you know? I don't know, it makes me think of like possibilities of what it could be. I was like, shouldn't gravity apply? I mean, maybe lots of hair product in there. There's no rules in art. You can do whatever. If you want to make stuff not have gravity, so be it. Although I will say I do think it's nice to think about those things. I think that's the right. To me, that's like probably the big. I don't know. Maybe not the big. Maybe not when I'm doing art, but when I'm just trying to think of ideas. I think that's the way that I probably think best about ideas. Like that's I don't know what you want to call it. Like the creative device that I use the most is sort of use reason, logic, and physics to sort of like problem solve my way out of a silly scenario. Where like you take something like I don't I this probably isn't how it worked, but imagine you wanted to be like, you know, what if somebody were to, you know, make their building or make their home and they wanted to move it, but they didn't have the means, and so they had to, you know, they're trying to engineer a way, and then, you know, maybe you're like, oh, you could use a bunch of helium balloons, you know, not that that's how they came up with up, but, you know, thinking about it of like, here is a problem I want to solve, and I'm going to do what I can in the most absurd way to solve the problem. Where you start to think, okay, well, this thing is heavy. You need lots of balloons, or, you know, it's not just a matter of or like, you know, how might this exist? And maybe the answer is it normally couldn't. So you're like, oh, well, let's use magic, and then what kind of magic would have to do this? Oh, it'd have to make it lighter weight to move a home or whatever. And so maybe there's a bunch of people all working together to lift this building, and like suddenly you're solving a problem that only would have existed because of the physical limitations, right? You can't just make it float, so you have to like show that the characters are working together to lift this heavy thing, but they're also doing it in a magical way. Like I don't know. I think knowing what the limitations are and then trying to overcome them. I don't know. But that to me is a big it's a good way to think about things. I don't know. This does not feel like an interior. So let's make it more interior. To the best of my ability. He doesn't have a name, but friend said he looked like some kind of hermit. You could make him a hermit. If you don't know, and I mean I don't know how much you know about your characters before you paint them, but yeah, you could. That's another thing, right? Sometimes you just start painting something, and you kind of goof up, or maybe you make them a little wonky, and you say, "Oh, this kind of looks like a thing," and then you turn it into that very thing that you know that they kind of look like, and you said, "Well, what if he was a hermit?" You know. So like in this case, for example, I'm like, this doesn't look like a building. Let's put a roof on it. Well, what kind of thing might make a roof? Oh, what about these vines? And then maybe I'm gonna make these vines sort of connect together. And I wanted it sort of central because of the composition, because it sort of makes it look more, official and royal to have something that's very central. Whereas I think something that's more casual and just like, you know, I feel like a central composition works for like religious stuff or kings and throne rooms. I feel like if I were doing like a market or something, I'd want to do asymmetrical compositions. But for this kind of thing, there we've got a symmetrical throne room. And just like we were talking about with the church, right? Maybe I want a bright light behind him, right? Maybe I want like a or maybe I don't. Maybe I want the light shining on the throne. Because that's going to be the focal point. So I'm just going to make some shapes. Bring in some light. Oops. Some little squiggles here. Lots of darkness around here. Also, because I don't want to draw too much attention, right? I don't want too much stuff here. So I'm going to add some more darkness. There's an interior underwater throne room. Does that count? I think it counts. He's your first OC, you think. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I really have an OC. Not one that I could, like, add a name to. Well, I guess I kind of had, like, Georgie the Dragon. Which I never really did anything with. That's... I don't know. Maybe someday. Maybe someday I will make, like, I'll make a story. I feel like I'd want to start with writing. Even though I love painting and it's by pretty much all metrics, it's the thing that I love. I will say I think my brain works better in some ways with like writing and not visuals. Now I still want to show the visuals, but I think if I wanted to do like good design or come up with like a really good world building thing, I think just writing out and, going through that process is the way to sort of start for me. And then obviously at some point you have to do the visual development of whatever story you're writing if you wanted to make it into a visual thing. But having that sort of background lore or whatever, that more clear direction from the start with the written stuff, that to me just feels like a more natural process. Um, and so I don't do that a lot because I'm not typically writing, but I do think that's like there's sort of it's a weird disconnect between like the thing I like doing versus the thing that I think actually suits me the best. I don't know, or some combination. I don't think there's like a right way or a wrong way to design stuff, but I do think uh, it helps quite a bit if I already have some written like prompt or idea and lore and backstory. Seems, yeah. I mean, maybe also like I've looked into quite a bit and read a lot about and talked to people who've worked on Magic, and I'm pretty familiar with their like development process from sort of their early like vision design and early concepts to their writing and then their art direction and all that, and like the way that they design cards from their mechanics to the art to the story, right? And it is, I think it used to be a much more like streamlined process in a way, but now all the departments kind of interact with each other a bit more, and there are certain, it's not like this happens first then this and this. Like now they're all much more integrated, and they still have ways of doing it that are much more streamlined, but it's kind of a process where sometimes it's mechanics informing the writing, but sometimes it's the writing informing the mechanics, and sometimes it's both. And if you have, sometimes you have one thing going this way and one thing going this way, and it's kind of, they actually kind of come together in a way that you find a creative solution to tie them together, and then you take that and it's sort of in some ways it's almost like the way that I paint, where the starting point almost doesn't matter. You start with the thing that is most interesting to you, and then you build out from there. And then you let things change as it goes. Anyway, but to me, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, they don't just start with a cool art and design, right? And I think the same, I mean, I think this is probably always the case, right? I don't think like if you had a video game, for example, and you were doing art for it, most of the time there's gonna be some story in writing or something that's done, right? It's not just gonna be completely open-ended. There's no concept or you're gonna be developing the visuals based on something, right? There might be some state, super early stages where you're literally coming up with just like general visuals or like styles or something, but that's not going to be in most. I don't feel like that's always a normal thing. um I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's like it's one of those things where it feels like the dream job, but it's probably like a job that more or less doesn't exist for most people. Most projects, like there might be one dude or like a couple people who in any given project who are on the team before the project really even takes off, who start to establish certain visual styles and looks without actually knowing what the content is going to be. But I feel like probably most of the time, and this is someone who hasn't worked on stuff like this before, it just doesn't seem like you would hire a bunch of artists to work on a project if you had no idea what was going to happen, right? So even having some story or some basic outline would be super important, probably. I don't know. To me, it just makes sense just to do some bare minimum writing beforehand. Okay, let's do... Maybe we pick between these two. We do a throne room and a little area. Maybe we do some more, though. What other kind of fantasy interiors? We could do... Could do like a library. Could do a workshop. Ooh, we could do something haunted. That could be fun. Like a haunted workshop. That's creepy sounding. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. I do actually like painting things with like darker themes, like necromancer's, you know, thing, or like a ritual chamber of some sort. But yeah, maybe a library, but like a haunted library. Yeah, we could do that. We could go that route, maybe. Or maybe not a library, maybe just like a study of some sort. I don't know, that feels a little generic. Maybe... I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it'll be like one fancy bookcase. We've done this before a little bit with bookcases. Let's think about it. Let's do some black and white sketching. Have to go with the doggo, BRB? Yeah, no worries. Also, don't forget to hydrate, everybody, and save your work. Could do some sort of library with the bookcase. Maybe there's stacks and stacks of books. And they're in 3-point perspective. Ooh, that could be a thing. I like that. We get like a character looking up at the bookcase. Something like this. Where they're looking up. There's just tons of massive bookcases. Maybe there's a light here shining in, silhouetting them. And then there's another bookcase here, and another one here, just kind of large. But maybe the bookcase though, it's not just random bookcases. Maybe there's something to it, right? Like Here's gonna be our eyes, I guess. No, our eyes are gonna be down here. And then maybe there's top side of this bookshelf. That doesn't quite... I'm not quite sure I like the perspective here. It feels a little crooked. Oh, I think it's because of that foreground. Makes no sense. That's okay. Also, I just realized my chat was turned off. Orange, purple, with maybe buildings for the next thumbnail. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I can do that, Oxy. Sorry it took so long for me to read your message. That was a long delay. Orange? Yeah, we can do that. Orange, purple with maybe some buildings for the next thumbnail. Yeah. How are you, Oxy? Hope you're doing well. That's fine. Yeah, I was in the zone, kinda. This doesn't look right. Let's fix the perspective before it gets too ridiculous. Just straight up. That's what we'll do. Go a little bit like that. And maybe there's something, I don't know. Ooh, I also got done with the piece I was working on. Oh, do you want to share? I'd like to see. Let's focus. Maybe. Okay, hold on. Let's put back this thing here. Let's just sketch this very loosely. It can be weird. It can be. I'm trying to think how I might want to do this. Like a giant bookcase. I want to be looking up at it. I want it to also have like, I don't know, almost like an ornate type thing, you know, where you look at it and you're like, wow, that is like, you know, that's fancy. Like that must be an important bookcase, you know. Like the forbidden bookcase or something, you know, where it has, it's not just your run-of-the-mill books. It's the fancy stuff. You know, it has the figurines, the dragons on the side, and the serpents, and the... Maybe in an old necromancer's lair or something. I don't know. We'll have to think about it. Okay, let's take a look. Ooh, oh, this looks so good. Holy crap, you did so good on this. Dang, you killed that. Oh, I didn't even see both versions. Ooh. I like the swirls. The swirls are neat. That's so cool. Super nice job. Dang. That's you love that version? No, thanks. Yeah, maybe there's like something in the background as well. Some misty, foggy stuff. Some old hands, some fingery things. Little reading nooks that look like hands. Or maybe they're actual hands. I don't know. Not a very cozy place to read. Little stacks of books, maybe, just teetering. Just I'm not exactly sure what this place is, but just tons of books stacked around. All the little books. I will say maybe we can make this a not so creepy though. It could just there could still be some regular bookshelves or something back here. I'm not quite convinced about this character either. Characters in here. This was supposed to be an interior though, so maybe we'll go like that. Some shape stuff going off to the side. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we bring in some shapes that go up like that. So it feels like some lofted ceiling. I don't know. There's lots of stuff we could do. Okay, let's do your thumbnail though that you redeemed. You redeemed what colors did you redeem? I've kind of lost it. You said orange purple with maybe some buildings for the next thumbnail. Orange and purple. Sure, let's try to do an interior though. So what would an orange and purple interior? I don't know. I mean, we could go the easy route and do purple with like color dodge of orange. That might be a little too easy. Especially if we do like a gray purple. I don't know. I mean, we definitely do like stained glass windows. That's always the easiest route possible. Purple and orange. I mean, it's not. I mean, that's a little red. Get a bit more orange in there. I mean, we could even do it on this one. Actually, maybe we do that. I mean, what if we let's try it. What if we went overlay purple? Oh, that's not overlay. And we could totally go purple and orange here if we wanted. Doesn't have buildings. We'll have to think about it. We can always go backward in that one. Maybe this one, though. Maybe a fireplace. We could do... That would make sense. We could do fireplace stuff. Little cozy interior. We could totally do that. Maybe... I don't know. My eyes are sore. I should probably think... Today, I might have to make today's stream a little short. After we pick a thumbnail to work on. Maybe I'll zoom through and work on it for an hour and call it a little short. But my eyes are... They be tired. Yeah, I think a fireplace could be fun. I mean, it could even be like anything really warm, right? Because that's kind of the feeling. I do want to do an interior though. I want to stick to an interior. Maybe we'll just stick to some 2-point perspective, some 1-point perspective. It could also be like this also feels dusty. This gives a workshop feeling, you know? A little bit of workshop. I think so. I mean, this is like I don't know. This is making me think of workshop. What do you think? Like dusty workshop vibe a little bit. Medieval swordsmith's workshop? Maybe, yeah. We could maybe do that. I don't know what that would look like, but... yeah, we could probably go something. Could work really well. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what a swordsmith's workshop would look like, other than they'd have swords. I mean, isn't that called a blacksmith? Aren't swordsmiths blacksmiths? Meaning, like, they have the fire and the furnace. I painted a scene a while back for a glowing weapon, yeah. Maybe an anvil. I mean, yeah. What just happened? Wait, what? What is happening? Oh, it selected the inverse. That was weird. Trying to sketch in some lines to make it so we can start to get. Basically, I'm doing like a two-tone painting right now. That's sort of how I'm treating it. But maybe we go a little brighter in here. Maybe we bring in the big guns with the brightness. Where's the light coming from? I feel like natural light would make a lot of sense. But if it's magic, maybe we get some glowy lights, like blues, as well. Some rune smithing. Maybe there's like a sword. Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. This might be a stupid idea. I like it though. I'm not gonna say what it is in case I fail it. But like, what if we had like a giant hammer or a giant something? And it was being inscribed with runes. Kind of like your art, how the person on the background has the symbols and stuff. I'm just making random markings here, but some sort of magical, like an artificers. Is that what you call it? Artificing? You're adding runes and enchanting things, and I feel like it's an artificers. What is an? Let me Google that word. Artificer, artificery, art. I feel like there are people who add runes and let's see. Masters of inventions. According to D&D, artificers use ingenuity and magic to unlock extraordinary capabilities and objects. Okay, so yeah, typically it's things like imbuing, I think. Which makes sense. I mean, I feel like it's a mix between a forge, like, because maybe you have to make your own weapons or something, because some weapons are gonna need like certain properties, and so it's not just like, oh, go buy a generic weapon, like embroidery, yeah, but with magic. So like, yeah, you're adding. So a lot of magic systems that, at least from like books that I've read or various games or whatever, a lot of times there's sort of like a technology fused with magic, and oftentimes, it's like runes or glyphs, and you have to like, almost like drawing them in, and you or writing, and there's sort of it's like a logic or there's like it's almost like supposed to be like a science, whereas maybe you can't cast magic yourself, but you can channel magic into other objects by using like advanced technique. You think of like a mix between like engineering and it's not just making a weapon, but it's sort of like the the high quality like watchmaker type. There's like a, yeah, you're imbuing the weapons, but oftentimes there's like a technical skill to it. It's not just your run of the mill like, oh, stick it in the fire and it's done, but it's like this careful thing where if you get it, one misstep and it'll explode, right? Yeah, kind of like Hextech from Arcane, from Arcane, exactly. Where like, yeah, if you one misstep and it explodes, it's highly technical. It's sort of this like you know, it's almost like the scientists of magic. That's a lot of artificing has that vibe to it. I read a book, um, well, there's lots of books where that's the thing, but yeah. And so maybe their imbuing station is just, I mean, it could still look like a forge, but yeah, maybe they have tools and different things, and I don't know. So we could do like a, I don't know what we want to put here. Maybe there's just pieces of metal or something that have runes on them. Just things. I'm not gonna go too crazy with the runes in this early stage. Just kind of plopping them in. I love powers beyond our comprehension or control channeled into volatile technology. Yeah, or like it's not always about the technology itself is volatile. Sometimes it's just the magic, you know, the state of like it think I mean it's oftentimes it takes like a chemistry type analogy, you know? It's like if you mix the wrong ingredients, they can explode or something. But once you get the stable mixture, they're actually it's totally fine, right? It's not gonna like and I like that idea where but yeah, I it's your favorite trope. I like that stuff. It's sort of this like careful science and things can go wrong, but you have to learn. There's a big learning curve. But yeah, that's I like that. Okay. What am I doing? This doesn't feel like an artificer's lab though. I don't know what an artificer's lab would look like, but this doesn't feel like it's it. I'm gonna try to maybe make it a little bit more like an interior type building that has like I don't know. I feel like it'd be a little fancier. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. We can keep it very simple, though. Ooh, maybe there's like an entryway here. That could be a thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here. Could also do like circular shapes, motifs. Maybe there's like a big old window here. That'd be kind of neat. Imagine they have this nice skylight here shining in. Some natural light comes in here. I don't actually like that much, but whoa, I'm on the wrong layer. How am I? How have I been on the same layer this whole time? Hold on, something's not right. Okay, let's do that. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't like that. Uh-oh. What have I done? That was the wrong layer. Oh no, I can't undo it. But I can just paint over it. Okay, I think I'm going to leave the thumbnail like this. There's a lot left to be desired here, but I think I'm starting to, get some ideas. Plus, we're already at the 2-hour mark, so I want to get voting. And I want to do the Wordle and connections today. But I think these are some fun thumbnails. Although I think this middle one we're going to discard. So, let's do that. Let's move this one. Oh, wait. Let's move this one. Or, you know what? Let's move number 1. Percy from Critical Role. I don't know how to spell character, I mean. Maybe. Artificers are... It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know enough about Critical Role, but Artificer is a class in Dungeons and Dragons, so probably there's probably an Artificer at some point in Critical Role. Wouldn't surprise me. But I mean, even outside of D&D, right? Because D&D is somewhat limited in some ways, I think, in terms of like the lore behind, like D&D is going to have its own lore about what an artificer is, but there's other brands of it in various genres of fantasy, throughout time. Basically, everybody has their own spin on things. I feel like I've read lots of books where artificing is a little bit different each time. But anyway, let's do this. 3 and 4. There, now we have 4 interiors. Let's make a straw poll. Actually, let's not do a straw poll. Let's do an actual poll. /poll. With 4 options. It'll be in chat. Anyone can vote. Which thumbnail? There. It'll be one thumbnail per person. Or, yeah, 1 vote per person. Number 2 already has a vote. Number 4, I'm waiting for the votes to come in before I make my choice. I'm using you guys as my feelers. Two people have voted. One, I think I'm feeling I like 2 better, I will say, but I am feeling number 4 simply because I want to be lazy today. But is that a good enough excuse? Number 2 is kind of fun. We could doodle. I think I could doodle on number 2 for a while. I'm going to vote for that. It seems like these thumbnails go together in a storyline, not necessarily in order. Maybe. Yeah, maybe they got the book from this creepy library, and then or maybe they swam to the ocean, they talked to some person who told them to fetch a book for themselves, or to fetch a book. Then they went to the creepy library, found the book, then they opened the book and are using it to brew some secret magic potions, which they then consume and use the enhanced knowledge or something from the potions to then enchant weapons. I don't know. That's a stretch. Yeah, I like 4. 4 is fun, just in the sense that, like, it's more of an exercise in just painting cool stuff. Whereas number 2 is actually going to have some design and cohesion and sort of uh it's going to probably is it uh is it McGonagall? Is she the one who gives a little bit of these vibes? No, not her. Who's the lady? Who's the lady in pink? Uh, Harry Potter pink lady. What's her name? Umbridge. This gives me a little bit of like Umbridge vibes, where it's like the vibe of everything is gonna have a little bit of like this old timey fashion. That's kind of what I'm thinking of when it. I mean, that wasn't my idea or anything, but in terms of overall sort of atmosphere, mood, totally gives me Professor Umbridge. But yeah, we have a little bit more time, just a few more seconds to vote. Another 30 seconds or so. You really like these? Thank you. I appreciate it. But there's definitely a look of like those seat covers and different things. Let's see. Assuming number 2 wins, number 4 might win. I guess we could get a few more votes real quick. Cloth seat covers. Bar stool. Hello! It's a raid! We're getting raided! The Jerby raid. It's a Jerby raid. I was thinking of something. Hey, welcome in, Jerby and the Raiders. I was thinking of something like this. If you guys want to vote, you can vote real quick. I'll just post a link to. Wait, where's the straw poll link? Oh no, there's no straw poll. It's literally in chat. Okay, number 2 is winning. Okay, number 2 is 1. I can't post the link again. But yeah, Jerby, welcome in. How's the raid? How's the raid? No, how was your stream? Hope you are well. We just finished up voting. We've done some thumbnails for interiors, just random locations, and we are gonna paint a little potion shop that kind of looks like a Breaking Bad scene in their van, but it's not supposed to be that sketchy. I'm gonna try and liven it up to make it not look creepy and yeah. The raid was amazing. Raid was good, pondering all your treasures. Plundering all your treasures. We raided an amazing person. No. Well, thanks for being here. But yeah, how was stream? What were you working on? Let me give a shout out. /shout out. How do you spell your name? Is it two? Is that 2 eyes? I can't tell. My eyes are too funky today. It is 2 eyes. Jiirby. There we go. My eyes are so tired. I've been playing too many video games and painting and just looking at my computer screen, and I have to squint, and yeah, it's hard to see small text. Drew something for Mermaid, and you spell it correctly. I just chose two eyes because the name with one I was already taken. That's funny. Yeah, it's like me. All 29 J Stillers were taken, so I finally settled on 30. Um, no, obviously not, but yeah, Jerby. I like the Jerby's a good name. I feel like I've debated whether I should change my name on Twitch, but I am like, no, it's not worth it. I don't think I'm gonna do that. But I have thought about removing the numbers because numbers are confusing, I think, for some people. Like the amount of time people have shouted me out as Jay Stiller instead of Jay Stiller 30 is more than once, which is a kind of an indication for me that that's how people remember my name without the 30. So I've considered it. But yeah, you're more than welcome to share what you were doing today. You drew mermaid. I'd love to see it. You don't need a permit or anything. And what do you want to change it? Oh, just the dropping the 30. I don't think it needs the number. But then again, it makes it more unique in the way that it'll never be taken. And I do like that I can have the same name everywhere. That's one of the perks of a name that is never going to be taken. Do I have a Discord server? I do have a Discord server. Exclamation mark Discord. You can join it. Anyone can join. All right, so we're gonna work on this. So my thought for this is gonna be like a purple and floral pattern, maybe. Yeah, purple and floral pattern. Just like a place with a whole bunch of flowers and potion bottles and fancy little thingies and maybe some carved wood on the shapes. So yeah, it'll just look fancy. The fancy witch, which is kind of a tropey thing, right? I like it though. I've always enjoyed that with like the high maintenance witch who's very particular about all their supplies and their style, and everything has like a look and a place, and even if they're a little bit, maybe there's a lot of stuff going on, it might be very chaotic, but it still has a distinct look. Some potions up top. Plant. I don't know if I like the plant right there. It's a little large. Could probably go like that. We don't want too large. Let's see. Oh, am I even in Discord at the moment? I don't know. Let's see. Opening up Discord. Have you posted? Nope, not yet. Not that I see anyway. Art. Maybe it's an art. Nope. I like that archetype. I do too. I like. Or you mean with the witchy, like the everything in its place, kind of like the fancy wit. Yeah, I don't know. I always like those where they have like a very distinct style. Mixed between like a botanist and horticulturist who really loves their plants and their floral patterns and their all sorts of things. Ooh, I see it. I see a Jerby sketch. Oh, it's look at the mermaid Jerby sketch. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. But look at that. Look at that. That is so good. It is Mermay, by the way. Happy Mermay. Is anyone else doing any Mermay stuff? I might do I have a couple things on my to-do list. I have to do... I don't have to. I want to do a mermaid painting, at least one, in May. And I also want to do a Hollow Knight painting for Kirsty's Hollow Knight Art Month... Fan art... Hollow Knight Art Month, or whatever you call it. It's like a fan art month for Hollow Knight. Katsuro, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I've got a few things to do, but this is a great mermaid. I like the pose. This is not a pose that I feel like you see very often. Like, yeah, I like it. It has like a poutiness to it with the arms crossed, and you love mermaid because you don't have to draw legs. Well, you did a great job. I like it. I like the graphicalness to it. It just looks nice. I also like how you did the details on like it gives the mermaids. So 30 days of mermaids. Obviously, you know, everybody does it differently. I typically will do like one painting of a mermaid during May. I'm not going to do 30 days of mermaids, but some people do. It's basically just an excuse to paint something that maybe you wouldn't otherwise paint. Or maybe you do paint mermaids all the time, and, you know, even better. It's just an community art month. Yeah, some people create prompts, some people don't, and just, yeah. Okay, I do not like the colors of this, by the way, but that's okay. We can work through them. I'm adding in some of the blue, the purple and the blue. Just to try to make the colors a little bit more cohesive. I crossed an owl with an octopus last year. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, so in the previous years, we've done some mermaid sketch exchange events, and that we did one where I got a cybernetic mermaid. So that was a fun one. I painted a cybernetic mermaid one year, or maybe it was just sci-fi mermaid. Um, then we painted, what else have we painted? Some just various other mermaids. There was one where I painted like a mermaid with like a knife of some sort and some glowy eyes and Medusa hair. What else did I paint? Yeah, we've done some fun stuff. That sounds really cool. Yeah, so I've tried to do some events in the past. I mean, we do them every once in a while. Some sketch exchange events, and they're always fun. We just did one recently, so I don't think I'm gonna do one in May, but maybe. And if we do it, will be mermaid themed. But yeah, we did an April one. It was sort of spring themed. Okay, this is gonna be a lot, but I'm thinking about just detailing everything. Here's a little seat. Maybe the seat goes back there as well. And then now the question is, what is going on over here? And like, why is this room the way it is? Why is it rounded? What is happening? And like, what's up with this yellow looking thing? I don't know if I like that yellow there. I think we could do some green. Maybe there's some patterns on the... Ah, gift sub to Jerby. Thank you so much for the gift sub. Maybe we do some patterns on the floor. Yeah, thank you so much, Owl. Thanks for the gift sub. I appreciate the support. Jerby now has some emotes. Or more emotes, I should say. They obviously have their own as well. So yeah, here's this. Some ground plane. I do like my ground plane. The carpeted ground plane with the pattern. Maybe there's like a bit of a rug. I feel like there needs to be a cat in here. Right? We pretty much have to have a cat. Don't we? I mean, it's sunny. There's light. The cat needs to be... Now I'm curious. What if I merge visible? I'm thinking about bringing this in. I know doesn't really work that way. But if I put a cat in here, like a lazy cat sleeping on the ledge, that seems like a good spot for a cat, right? Okay, I've got to Google cat in the sun. I sang along to the Screaming Cowboy. Nice. I like the Screaming Cowboy, although we do have it for both the sub alert and the raid. So I never know, especially if I'm looking off screen. It always hits me and I'm not sure if it's a raid or what. But yeah, here, let me Google cat sleeping in sun. You know what? I feel like I've already found an image. Excuse me. Very sneezy. It's funny, I saw the sun and I sneezed, but it wasn't actually the sun. Complete coincidence. Okay, I have an idea. So cat's gonna be up here, sleeping. We're gonna put him in the sun, which means this bottle is going to move. I do like the bottle, so actually I'm gonna copy it and replicate it and make it smaller. And just stick it up here or something. Actually, hold on. If we do put the bottles up here, maybe there's one on the floor that's broken. Because the cat knocked it over. This stuff would not survive in this area. With a cat. Yeah, exactly. Broken glass on the floor. Okay, I have an idea. See, this is where it starts to get fun, kind of. I mean, maybe a little bit before this, but where you start to get ideas of like, oh, here's where it could go, and like I didn't have this idea at the start, you know. Needs potion with catnip. Ooh, maybe. I'm trying to think, how do I do this? It could be a black cat. Cat leg off the ledge. I'm not always great at... There's that. I don't want to paint a black cat. I think a brighter cat would look better. Yeah, definitely broken bottles. Yeah, broken bottles for sure. Leg. Belly. I think other legs probably hidden. Okay, that does not look right. Head of the cat. Let's make it leaning up against something. Like a bottle or a plant, or maybe there's another plant here. I don't want to just get too many dark shapes though, but let's put it up here. The cat kit can be like a brown or something. I'm just trying to sort of start by making it dark, so that way I can have like a nice silhouette behind it. Have a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's a plan. Could even go like actual white, maybe in some spots. I don't know if I want to go that bright though. Just cat face, a little bit of a nose. Maybe we go... what color for the ambient light? I mean, it's hard, right? Because we can't go blue, because we don't have a sky. Just like a lighter brown. Okay, then it's gonna look dirty. Alright, I need to sleep now. Take care, Oxy. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you. Okay, let's get the cat in here with that, a little bit of a paw. I think we can do that. We'll just use it for this will be, this brown will be the color of the cat in the light, and then the other brown will be the color of the cat in the shadow, or the orange. And then we can get some actual white color here, which will be like the color of the cat in the actual light. So we'll have the brown in the light, the orange in the light, and then the white in the light. Or yeah, I don't know if that made any sense. The white part of the cat will be in the light and in the shadow. So this light brown is the white part in the shadow, but then this part is the white in the light. So we're gonna have some light here, some light here, probably just the cat chilling. This I think we can make a little darker. Put some more plants back here. Maybe this one. Maybe this one's like a small one. A cat, nice. Yeah, it's a cat. It's not looking super cat-like yet, but that's okay. We'll get there. It will get there. Over time, we will carve out this cat shape. It's a lot of just silhouetting right now. Lots of silhouette. Okay, I don't know how cat eyes look, but let's just put little angles, little slits and angles in it. Something like that. Does that look like a cat? I don't know. That kind of looks like a cat. It's starting to. Not super cat-like, but we'll get there. Like that leg is a little weird. Also, it has no tail. Okay, now let's slap in some orange. Let's try to get this cat to look the right level of orange. Make this head go more contoured so this ear can be a little further back. Something like that, maybe? Maybe this one has a little bit of light up here to show, like, scrunched face? I don't know. What about pink? Do we want pink nose? There. I'm not... Cats are hard to draw, even though I've drawn a million cats. And I'm using extensive... I'm basically just copying a photo for this one at the moment. Like, I want to be upfront about that. My cat painting abilities are not as good as they might look right now. Even if this is looking like I know what I'm doing, it's because I found a reference that more or less looks like this. Ooh, we can get some pink in here. The same pink. Little toe beans. Toe bean pink. The official name of that color. Let's just go a little bit more red. We're gonna go the red that's in the painting already. There. Now, this can be in shadow. Looks like a good cat. I'm happy with it. I think it's turning out pretty good. Now, the question is... the glass. The glass bottle. Or the other stuff in here. Oops. Like this, for example. Do we want this to be smaller? I think we do. I think this needs to be smaller. And also lighter. Lighter and smaller. If I have to keep adjusting things until it looks right, so be it. This should be in shadow, probably. I mean, this can be in light, for sure. Right, because this is like the edge, catching the edge. There. Now that, yeah, that can be shadowed. This could go down here. And I'm just trying to carve this out just enough to where it makes sense. Like, I don't think we need that much orange over there. Something like that, maybe. Still not a huge fan of how this is turning out. That's okay. This kind of thing, I feel like I could just spend it all day on, where you're just kind of finessing the values and the shapes and keep gathering more reference. Also, even just big stuff like this is still not making any sense. Haven't done the big stuff yet. Let's see, what else can we do? I do like that the purple back here, but I think it would be... I do feel like we need to show that there's stuff that's knocked on the floor. Maybe a vial. A vial has been tipped over. and it has been spilled. Some spilled stuff. Maybe there's some darker color down there. Ooh. Look at the nice cat. Thanks. I think it's going okay. I think I could use a bit more contrast in some of the spots. Does it have a name? Nope, no name, just cat. Actually, that is its name. Cat. The cat named Cat. Maybe we could give it a different name. Ooh, I like that. Look at that nice shadow. Look at that darkness coming in. You can get some lighting in there. Or cat with a K? Maybe. I don't know if that changes anything. Its name is still Cat. Maybe the spelling is different, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that matters to me. Yeah, it can be named Cat with a K. Sure. Why not? Oh no, not the different spelling. Okay, so there's that. Now, trying to figure out what to do here. Maybe there's some cupboards down here. That could be a thing. Some cupboards. I don't want to just draw the edges of the cupboards, though. That's the tricky part, right? Is when you draw things with, like, the doors or whatever, you don't just want to draw all the lines and the cracks. Sometimes you want to draw the parts where they stand out, and other times you want to draw the recessed areas. So it's tricky. I'm not great at that stuff. This was gonna be a line though, to show the shadow. Trying to squint to make sure that Like, for example, I don't want any random bright spots that don't make any sense. But I also don't want it to be so pushed that there's only the bright in the right spots, right? I want there to be little bits of light here and there. Um, Also, like something on the roof, for example, you could have. I don't know. What could be on the roof? Or I could do like a patterned wallpaper, but I don't know if I want to do a full-on pattern. Let's do that. Making some bottles. Different bottles of different size. So we want some short bottles, some fat bottles, some skinny bottles, some tall bottles. Or decanters. What's the difference? But what's a decanter versus a bottle? I don't actually know. Trying to add some. Ooh, maybe there's another bottle here. Lots of bottles, right? We've got to get those bottles in there. Oh, this line can, in perspective, can go behind the cat. Decanter? I don't know. I'm not sure what a decanter is. I've heard the word, and it sounds like something that mages have. They always have a decanter. But I don't really know what one is. I could just Google it, but I'm in the flow right now. I'm painting. Okay, I will say whatever's happening here in the this area I don't like. Maybe something like that. Some shadows in there. Definitely going more dark here. It's like a common thing. There we go. I'm liking this. That's pretty nice. Um, some of these shapes back here do feel a little weird. Actually, not even a little weird. They feel extremely weird. Probably because I also have random highlights and stuff, and yet no shapes. And why are they all glowing? I don't know. Magic. Okay. This shape, again, it's something, but I feel like we can do more with breaking silhouettes. We can also have like a plant up here, I guess. That could be kind of fun. And it can be very dark. Dark green. That's not very dark. I mean, it kind of is. I do wonder, what if we put like constellations? You know those like sticky lights that as a kid you put on your ceiling? in like your bedroom, and they have, you know, it's like the constellations and the stars up top when the lights are off. They like glow in the dark. What if we did that, but like on the roof of this building? So like up here, put little like constellations and glowy stuff. I don't know. I feel like we could totally do some version of that. Right? Where there's just like stuff all on top. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's a lot. Okay, now. I mean, this is I'm liking this. Again, I don't paint a lot of interiors. So this is a little unusual for me, but I think I like it. Some shadows. I will say one of the things that the interiors I think do, maybe not easier. In fact, I don't think they're easier at all. I think they're harder completely. But one of the things I will say that I like about it is sort of from a painting light perspective, oftentimes you don't have as complicated of lighting. Like the lighting is complicated in the sense that it's hard to make the values work, but it's simple in the sense that like you oftentimes do get these very dark shadows indoors, right? So you might have a scene like this where, you know, these corners basically fade to black, right? And so there's like a pattern to the shadows that you don't really see outside, where like everything has some light outside, but in interiors, you can afford to go a little darker in places because you just don't have as many light sources. Things are a little bit more. Um, there's a lot more diffuse soft light that, you know, in occluded areas. So I don't know. That's something that I kind of like about interiors. And obviously, I would say if you were doing a really good job with interiors, you actually would design it to have additional light sources, which, you know, I have done in the past. I don't think I did it this time. You could argue that these are additional light sources because they're kind of glowy and unusually glowy. But yeah, it's not really a light source. It's more of just like hand wavy light source. Me sort of making it up as I go. I will say, I do think wallpaper up here would be nice. And we have some, you know, back here maybe. And probably not hand painted. I should do like pattern brushes, but this will be like a wood color. I kind of like this. What color of curtains? I mean, I feel like pink is the right color, right? Just pink curtains. Like a dark pink. because we don't want it to, you know, it's not really in light. What about here? Also pink, maybe? I don't really know how curtains work. I have them in my apartment, but maybe this one can just be like that. Is that weird to have that weird light on the side? Is that too um focal pointy on the side? Maybe we can do something like, maybe this is even more focal pointy, but putting little things here, like a bottle or something, or I don't know. It kind of works. Put some little bottles. All right, real quick, because my eyes are starting to hurt. I want to do the daily Wordle and connections, and I think I'm gonna start wrapping up. Although I don't know, we can see where this is going. Let's do the connections, the Wordle. I feel like my energy is just a little too low for today's stream. It's hard to stay active and you know, I don't know. So I kind of want to apologize for the lack of energy that happens some days. Some days are just chill painting days. But anyway, here I'm gonna do the Wordle and then the connections. The Wordle should go super fast, but we can just start with paint and oh, not brush. I was gonna say and brush if we don't have an A, but or another letter. Ash. B-R-A-S-H. B-A. A? No. Oh, wait, we already had... I'm so dumb. We already had the A. Why did I put it in a different spot? B-A... We could have another A, though. We could be like a ballad. Is that how you spell ballad? No, it's not how you spell ballad. Ballad... Nope. Ballog. Ballow. Feel free to give me a word that fits. Baddie. Is baddie a baddie? I don't know if baddie is gonna... I mean, baddie is a word, right? Surely. But there has to be a word that doesn't have, baldy. We could do baldy, because at least baldy... Oh. I was gonna say, because at least baldy gets an L and a D instead of baddie. B-A-L... Bally? Bow... And now we do the connections. Balmy. Yeah, it was balmy. It's like hot. Balmy means like hot and muggy, kinda. Okay. Pen. Ooh, I saw write already. Pen, you can pen something, you can write something, you could pencil something, you could author something. I don't like pencil there, though. You could dice, bond, scoreboard, you can compose. You can pen, compose, author, and write it. This is like to write, yeah, commit, okay. Chop, dice. These are words to... Chop, dice, no. Wick, candle, wick. Wait, candle is a word, though. You could wick something away. Okay, we got yard. This makes me think of like graveyard or, you know, yardstick or, I don't know. Joy. Jones. Is that a name? Or is this going to be one of those like fill in the blank words where you have something Jones? but then also something, I don't know. Bond. James Bond. James Jones. James. Is James. Who's James Jones? Was he like a cult leader? And that is Jim Jones. Who's James Bond? James Jones. James Wick. John Wick. John. Wait. Bond, Wick, Jones, Indiana Jones, and then you have, hold on, these are like male action stars. Bond, Wick, Jones, and Joy, Yard, Chop, Ocean, Frank Ocean. It could be. It could be the last name of actors. I mean, they're not related, right? But that is, you have Ocean's 11, who is Frank Ocean. Okay, this cannot be it, right? Heroes of action movie okay, they literally are. That's not a good, that should not be a thing. Okay, Chop, Cup, Chop Shop, Candle Shop, Candle Wick, Chop Wick, Dice Wick, Yard Stick, Candlestick, Pencil Stick, Yard. Yeah, man, these could be anything. A yard. Joy. Chop. Cup. Handle. What are they? Pencil. Scorecard. What is it? Scorecard feels out of place. Scorecards are things that you mark that have numbers on them or letters on them. Oh. So wait. You write things on scorecards. What do you do with scorecards? You keep score. But like, what is a scorecard? Is that what you get graded on? Maybe things relating to school? No. I don't even know what a scorecard is. A cup has numbers on it. No, not always. You can drink from it. You could have dice. Joy. Something joy. Why? If anybody knows, feel free to throw out one of them. There should be an easy one in here. You can hold a candle to something. Things that are pointy and sticky. You got like a pencil and a candle. I mean, I feel like candlestick, yardstick, pencil stick, cup stick. No, that's not chopstick. Oh, okay, it's stick. Candlestick. Is it pencil stick though? Dice stick, cup stick, joystick. Oh, joystick. Joystick, chopstick, yardstick, candlestick. There we go. I knew. Pencil, cup, scorecard, dice. Oh, it's for Yahtzee. These are Yahtzee ingredients. Okay, that took a while. But yeah, okay. They're Yahtzee. Okay, good job. Good job, team. We did it. Okay, so when I flashed back to this image, I think it turned out okay. Like sometimes when you like minimize and you come back and you look at it and you're like, oh, that actually looked okay. I think in this case though, this glass. one on the bottom. Didn't look very okay. That was one of the weakest parts of the scene. Also, we can have the shadow of the cat back here. Sort of like in parallel. That'd be kind of cute. We have like 2 cats. Double the cats for the price of 1. I don't know how to draw glass shards, but I can go like that and make them a little bright. Okay, let me find an image of a broken beaker, because I know I've seen images of broken beakers before. On the ground. Okay, well, typically it's the bottom that goes out. So we can go like this, and go bloop bloop, bloop bloop, and then we can go... The top part can stay intact. So maybe it's like this. I don't know. That doesn't really look like it's a beaker or anything, though. I think that doesn't look like it's dripping down. How do I make it look like? I guess that works. We can put little bits of specular light. And then it's pooling here. There, that'll work. And then we can put some little specks here. I don't know how detailed we want to go with the plants. Also, is that a really big book, or is that just me? Maybe it works. There's diagrams and stuff and text in here. How to turn into a cat. Transmutation, or some sort of... I don't think we're person's turning into a cat, but it would be kind of funny if we added another layer to the story that this was actually their home. Maybe there's some papers here. I don't know. That is a big book. I'm not sure about the size of this book. That is a chonker. Okay, and then this. And maybe have another bottle up here. Tipped over. I mean, again, there's a cat in here, so it probably makes sense that some of this stuff is tipped over. But some of this stuff is also not, you know, it's clearly still like functioning. Right? Like it's still up and there's, you know, there's light. The light's catching it. There's clearly stuff in the bottles. Some of these bottles though are kind of neat. Maybe we can put some shininess on them. Maybe even some labels. I don't know. Do witches label their bottles? I would imagine they do, right? Imagine a witch or some sort of alchemist got a hold of a label maker for their witches. Like they would be going crazy with their label makers. Like why wouldn't you label everything? Put little sticky notes on it or little labels. Doesn't look as cool. Ted Grant, hello. How's it going? I'm doing an interior today. It's also just like a lazy chill stream. Totally not poison. Yeah, totally. But yeah, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Totally not poison indeed. We do got a lot of it, though, whatever it is. There sure is a lot of bottles. This looks sick, thanks. I'm having fun with it. Although I'm not really sure what's going on. Completely. Trying to just... I'm not trying to go too detailed. I'm actually just... But I am trying to make some of the shapes look interesting. And trying to figure out how much do I want to... How much do I want to what? How much do I want to, like, detail stuff or just leave it kind of blobby and there's definitely a consistency that I'm trying to worry about right now. And some of it's shape design. Anyway, I'm pretty happy with it. Maybe we could even go little shapes like this. Just adding little bits of almost like a texture. But yeah, hope you're doing well. How do you decide which blob to become detail? Because right off the bat, you know exactly what it is. I mean, I struggle a little bit with that because sometimes I do, like for example, in the background here, how do I know how sharp to make this edge, for example? Um, you know, do I want that edge sharp? And I think I don't need it super sharp, but I do want some of the stuff to be consistent in like perspective. So a lot of like I don't know, it's a little tough. I mean I clearly decided that I wanted the cat or this stuff to be in focus. But even that it's not super crisp, right? It's kind of blobby and blurry. I don't know. I mean everything's kind of I'm not great at it because everything's kind of in focus. I mean I did decide that like I think towards the edges things get less in focus. So like these, you know, in here these have more contrast. There's also a light source, kind of. So maybe these bottles are a bit more bottle shaped. And as we go, and they also have more color. And as we go out into the distance, the color is gone. So now they're just silhouettes. But also I could probably get away with having things not in bottle shape and just have blobs, right? I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it. Kind of here, also same thing, right? These are more bottle shaped and they're in color. These are just bottle shapes but no color. And then maybe as we get into, the corners, they're even less they're even less bottle shaped and not in color, right? So I'm, edge of the painting, not important. We're getting more in the painting. Now they're more in shape. Now it's more in the focal point. Now they're, we have more stuff happening. That's kind of my idea on it. How to do it. I don't know. But like this, is this too much in focus or not enough? It's kind of a story part. Maybe it should be over here so that it's more in focus and in contrast. I don't know. Or like this edge, right? Now we're getting into like a focal point on the side of the painting. How much do I want? Like, I don't really want it to be in focus, but it is sort of, there's just a natural contrast there. So like I thought maybe I block, maybe I put something there and block it so that the light's still hitting, but then that's going to draw more attention because now that's a silhouette. I don't know. It's tricky. Like I do have sort of an internal logic of how I want things to work, but there's also just a little bit of like, for example, like earlier I had a big bright spot back here, and just thinking about it logically, like, okay, it's, the plant it has a silhouette, but like, how is there light behind the plant? Like, wouldn't that be the darker spot? So I darkened it, and then I actually tried to make the plant, the plant vase a little bit lighter, because it would probably have more light than the thing that's behind it, because this is an interior. There's not a lot of times, there's not a lot of light. This pot, for example, might get darker heat on this edge than it will on this edge. So there's sort of just like, maybe I can fade this edge into darkness. Or like under shelves can get quite dark. So I can start merging shapes together if they're in that dark area. Like right in here in the cat, I think I can merge these shapes together because it's not that important. And also I want to silhouette the cat. Something has to give. Yeah, I mean, look, you've got to focus on. Or here's a good example. There's a whole bunch of blurriness here. I could bring in the darkness back here and try to like simplify stuff. And that's gonna bring out the plant a little bit more, right? That's gonna put the plant more in focus. And I don't know if I like that. Maybe I do. And this is where I think it's really easy to go overboard on this kind of thing. Because maybe now stuff's too in focus, and like maybe it's good to have it a little bit messy, and not so much contrast. But like, I think this is one of those things where this becomes a choice and it's not necessarily better or worse. So like this, I think if I wanted this level, so this is more simple, right? And this is more complicated in that the values are closer together. It takes a little bit more deciphering. I think that would be fine if the rest of the painting was equally confusing. But I think the way that I'm going, this is more simple, right? I think this just reads a little more clearly because I've merged all those shadows. So for you personally, do you tend to go overboard? No. It's not so much detail as it is like lack of contrast, right? If something is, I don't know, let's try to make an example here. If I were to paint something in this color, some people will say, okay, here's the focal point. I'm gonna make a cat here. Okay, here's a cat, right? To me, this is very, very contrasty. It's very clear. But then some people will say, okay, well, that's the main thing. Everything else can be not very clear. And so, here's some plants or whatever, and you almost can't even see the silhouette, right? Because it's like the same value. Well, I have a tendency to want to crank up that value or that contrast and say, I'm going to make this either darker or I'm going to make the background darker. I'm going to do something. Even though this isn't the focal point, I have a tendency to want to make everything in focus, right? So it's not really about detail. It's more about focus, right? What has contrast? And I will say it, like, I don't really like detailing, but I do like things to be clear. And so sometimes I'm actually not good about leaving it a little bit lack of contrast, right? This has less contrast than this. This might be the right call. Maybe I want not very much contrast here. Even though I think in reality, you would get these dark shadows back here. So maybe that would make more sense, right? So it's kind of like, once the focal point's in focus, I want the level of contrast in the other areas of the scene to kind of match each other. So like, if I'm going to have random shapes on the ceiling that are kind of not in focus, I sort of am going to want that everywhere, right? Because I'm not going to want to draw your eye up here randomly. Like if I have some level, how do I illustrate this? Here's an example in this painting, right? If I'm going to have the background a solid color, that's fine, right? If I'm going to have it textured, that's also fine. But I don't want half of it solid and then half of it textured. Like, that's not good either, right? Like, I've got to make a choice, and I need to lean into something, right? This is fine on its own, and this is fine, but you can't go half and half, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing here with the texture. It's like, I can have it kind of messy, but if it is, I need other things to also be messy. Like, I don't want everything to be so super in focus. However, if I do want this to be in focus, and, maybe I clean it up like this, then I think other things can be a little bit in focus too. And so I think that's where a personal choice of sort of how much noise do you have? Right? You could, or maybe another analogy would be like, you could paint a scene with one person standing in an empty room, or you could paint a scene with one person in the spotlight with tons of people in the background. But is that person's still the center of attention in both scenes, right? But if you only put in one other person in the scene, they might then suddenly try to like pull equal attention, right? But if you put enough of them, they kind of all fade to the background. And that's kind of what I struggle with, is like deciding how much of the fading to the background do I want versus drawing random things to the attention on accident. But I think this works. I think this is kind of working anyway. I think there's some issues back here. Like, for example, this plant. This is pretty in focus. Yeah, kind of. Like, this is in focus. Do I want that plant to be in focus? Like, the pot isn't. But, like, now the pot's more in focus. Like, I don't know. Maybe I want to just take a brush and just lighten it all up. So now it's kind of fading to the background. But now it kind of looks like it's on the wall. So it's like, or how much shading do I put on this pot to make it look like it's sitting on the shelf? To make it look three-dimensional. If I do too much, it's now going to draw more attention. So yeah, it is a big balancing act. Even with colors, right? So like this color is very saturated. So maybe I come back in here and just knock back some of that saturation. That might even help over there. Or I could add some green to help lighten up the contrast, because right now this is just a dark shape. Maybe I don't want it to be such a dark shape. So I come in here with some of that green and just put some shapes in here to kind of break the silhouette. It's almost like camouflaging it. So now if you look back there, you can see it, but it's not really drawing your eye, right? But maybe it's too camouflage. So maybe I want to come in here and add a little bit of, colors to like poke it out a little bit. So now it's still camouflaged, but not too much. And then so what I notice here, if I do that, this shape actually feels too refined now. So maybe now I want to make it, you know, a little bit more scraggly or something, you know, to match this shape. So then there's a balancing act between shapes. So there's balancing acts between values and shapes and texture, right? Pretty much any point of contrast, right? So you have contrast of shape, you have texture, hue, saturation. What else? You have direction, size. I'm gonna put scale in here also. It's like the same thing. Seems like a perfectionist's worst nightmare. Well, I think it is if you don't know what your focus is, right? Because details, I think, so funny enough, I this is actually a really interesting topic for me. I am not a perfectionist. I don't really know what it's like. But whenever I hear people sort of say I'm a perfectionist, like I believe them, but as it relates to art, it's always really interesting because it seems to be from my where I'm sitting, that when people say that and then I see their art, there oftentimes seems to be a focus on detail. So like they want to make everything look perfect, but oftentimes that comes at the expense of like having an actual focus, which to me is the opposite of like the perfect image of what I'm trying to achieve, right? So like if I'm trying to get it to look perfect, it feels like a weird balancing act, which is a little bit, you know, you could get very nitty-gritty about it, but I'm not trying to make like this look perfect, right? I'm trying to make the whole thing look right, you know, or I'm trying to make the whole thing look perfect. And I think as long as you have your priorities kind of in check of like what is your focus, then you can say, okay, well, the perfect image has this very clear, this as a secondary issue, you know, all these other elements are secondary, and then everything that isn't those are sort of tertiary issues where they can be even less in focus, right? And so once you have sort of that roadmap for yourself, what perfect is suddenly changes, right? Perfect for these vases are different than perfect for these, and perfect for these vases are different than perfect for the cat, right? Like, because there's sort of a hierarchy of things. And I think not having that clear direction makes it feel like you're just, as you solve one problem, then it doesn't look right because you've over rendered, and then you have to render something else more, and it's a constant tug of war where you change one thing and now you have to change another, because every time you change something, it's actually making it worse, and so then you have to fix that mistake. So it's sort of like yeah, I think balancing contrast is really hard, right? Because it is a little bit of a tug of war, because there's the solution to saying this is too contrasty, right? This circle is too bright. Well, how do I make it less bright? I could just take a color and do that. But also, I could just put more of them, right? Like more of them at a slightly less, you know, now relatively speaking, this thing is also less bright, right? Because I've made the background a little brighter. So one of the issues I think with sort of a perfectionist mindset is like, ooh, I want to make this perfect. And then the problem is, oh, it's too bright. Oh, now I've got to make this a little brighter. Oh, well, that's also too bright. Oh, I got to make this other stuff. Sometimes you can just go back and just knock something out, you know, knock it back. Like, sometimes the problem isn't the thing itself, and sometimes it is. And I think if your solution is to like always focus on, this thing doesn't look right, I need to make it look right. Well, hold on, maybe you need to make the other things look right first, right? Like maybe the issue isn't the thing that you're worried about. Maybe it's everything else. Or if you're like me, oftentimes my issue is I focus on literally everything else before I ever get to the main subject. Maybe I do need to just like focus on the main subject a bit more, right? So there's different solutions. I don't know. Uh, Ted Grant says, "What eureka moments did you learn that made something click for you?" Oh, that's how. I don't know. I have no idea. Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if I have a good answer to that. I'm not sure. I'm sure they have happened. I don't know. I guess to me, it's not so much eureka moments. No. I'm about done. I'm about done. It's also good to take off, to take a break from things. But I'm not sure if I've had like real eureka moments because they always come in two stages, right? I always start with like I mean, a lot of my art, I guess what you want to call is art education, started with very much like, you know, learning, and I don't mean learning in the biggest sense. I mean just like learning by reading or learning by watching. I haven't before I ever applied anything, I did like, reading, right? Reading, watching, my handwriting is atrocious, watching videos, right? So I just or like absorb knowledge, info, right? Absorb info. So I did a lot of this at the start, right? And I put in, before I even started painting, I had sort of absorbed myself into art, like the language, how people talk about it, different ideas, and how to go about studying it or practicing it. What concepts are important, what concepts are overrated, right? I had a lot of opinions from other people that I hadn't sort of formulated into my own because I'd never really painted. So there were moments where like I knew a thing, but I couldn't apply it. And sort of like eureka moments of like, oh, this is how you apply it. But those aren't even that big of eureka moments because it was sort of a matter of like I knew eventually I would get it, and it's just oftentimes it was like a matter of getting the feel for it, or it was like an order of operations thing where like, oh, I should make the thing dark and then I should add the value on top rather than trying to make the value perfect right from the start. Right? So it's like some of them were like methods that I of ways that I prefer to work. Other times it was, something as simple as like finding where a tool is and using, learning, like for example, if I make a selection here and I want to make an edge, more like, brighter, more contrast, so I make the edge contrasty. I can also do this, I can invert the selection and make this edge darker. And so now I've pumped the contrast in both ways, right? So like not only have I made one edge brighter, I made the other one darker. And so like I already knew, I was just talking about how I could make one thing, if I want to make this brighter, I could do that, but I could also just make this part darker. But sometimes you find little methods of doing that as it relates to certain things, like as it relates to an edge. Oh, so I can make a selection, I can paint along that selection, and it'll make a nice crisp edge, right? This one's going to be nice and bright, and this one on the, I'll invert it, and that'll be on that side, right? So that's kind of like, is that a eureka moment? Not really, but it's more of like once I've done it, I have a way to do it, right? I have a tool to solve that problem. But like I don't think but like I feel like I was aware of the concepts beforehand. I just had never applied them or knew how. I don't know. So like maybe there's like a million eureka moments. I mean, like even today, you could argue like, oh, interiors with their, or something like with interiors, right? Oftentimes you have like a corner in your room or in whatever room you're in is going to have a corner, right? This is a wall, right? Here's walls. Here's another wall, right? Here's the ceiling, right? And the light, like, it'll be darker, right, in that corner because light doesn't hit the corner quite as well. And so you could kind of, if you were shading it, you could do something like that, where it's just a little bit darker in that corner in like a little triangular shape, right? That's something that, like, I've seen before, but I don't get that many opportunities to apply it because it doesn't really apply to outdoor environments when you have more light sources and bounce light and you don't have these perfect corners. But interiors, like you kind of start to see this in a pattern where like, oh, you get these little corners here, these little corners down here with the light, it doesn't really reach them. And like that's something that I find is interesting. And finding ways to make, I don't know, like there's little things I learn. I don't know if I'd call them eureka moments. I'd like to thank you for your analogy about seminars and calling people out when they say watching someone draw won't make you anything. Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to do both, right? And that's kind of what I was getting at is, I did a lot of this before I started painting. I think you have to try to apply it, but when you learn something, just try to apply it, right? Be like, "Oh, I'm going to paint a room if you want to." Right? Here's the room I'm going to paint. And then ignore my perspective. And then I'm going to make the shadows in the corners really dark because I learned that lighting doesn't hit those corners very well. And so you make the corners darker. And you're like, okay, well, also foreground can be dark. And before long, you start like, oh, you're kind of framing a scene. Like maybe you make another observation and like, it's not going to look great. You're going to stumble around and you're going to struggle, especially at the start. But you eventually kind of learn that like, maybe I can do some interior lighting this way, where you have this dark foreground, light background, but these dark corners in here. And like, that's kind of a cool look. And that's not a bad way to set up a painting. This could be a window. Now we have like a whole thing going on, right? Like you could do a whole interior like this. And so there's little observations where like once you've applied them and you start to think about like what is this thing doing and it's starting to frame my scene, there's little observations with like basic perspective like that where, with outdoor environments when you have a lot of perspective and a lot of things all pointing towards one spot, that's a pretty strong compositional thing, right? And it just happens naturally, right? If you have a room, what happens? Those lines are naturally pointing towards a focal point. And so like there's little things like that where like you might, if you're ever feeling like you're in over your head with composition, suddenly you can realize that like, oh, I don't actually have to worry about it too much. Like some of the things just do them on their own. And so, which is probably why we find that stuff appealing, right? Is because like when we look at something, the lines kind of just converge. Like that's just sort of how it works. Like things point that way because we are a viewer, like, so there's a lot of little things like that where, sometimes they're mini eureka moments. Sometimes they're eureka moments for like, oh, that's a new way of looking at something that helps me, sleep easier at night when I'm struggling with a painting. Uh, just remembering that, I don't know, like some knowledge. I don't know. So it's not even always about painting. Sometimes it's just random stuff. Like for me, I think a big one was like, okay. Let me back up. I think if I had to say there was real eureka moments, they are ways of thinking about making art that don't let myself get in, like, get too stressed about it. So to compare myself to, like, sort of a straw man version of other people, um I think we probably both frequently see people saying things like, oh, I, or like, let's see, like people stressing about posting online or making their painting perfect and getting it just right. And then I'm like, and then, but we also know that like failure is okay and making bad paintings is how you improve. And like, how do you reconcile those things, right? And so like, there was a eureka moment for me, which is like, anytime you make a really bad painting, right? So like the regression to the mean concept, right? It's a math concept or a statistics concept where like if you have something that has variance, so like making art, right? Sometimes you make good pieces, sometimes you make bad pieces. It's a little bit, it's not random, but there's variance, right? The better you are, the better your paintings will be, but also there's still, like every time you try something new, it's new and maybe you'll succeed but maybe not. It's just kind of there's a matter of taste and opinion, and you're never going to make the exact same choices perfectly the same time every way, right? And it'll go down and up as much, but you're still going to improve over time. But there's a concept where like if you make if you get really really lucky, it's going to be a while, right? It's going to you're probably comforting in that whenever I make a great painting and my next painting sucks, I'm not like, oh my god, I've gotten worse. It's like, oh, that's actually to be that it's not going to happen I can't just keep as a eureka moment. It has nothing to do with painting itself, but more with like not getting in my own head and getting stressed out. And I don't know, it's a much more like comforting. I don't know. I have a lot of these little things where it's like it helps me not get stressed out about art and all those things. Like, so to me, those are the real eureka moments. Um, Otherwise, like, I don't think art's terribly complex. Like, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts and it's really messy. But like any one thing is kind of simple. And so it's just a matter of like training yourself to juggle, which means a lot of juggling practice and making choices and trying to have a logic to your choices so that they're not random. I don't know. I think that's my goal, right? Is to like have a strong enough sort of framework for why I make choices so that when I have to make a new painting, I can sort of repeat the process in a way that isn't gonna make it feel like it's random. Anyway, I think that's my goal with painting. One of my main goals. That way, if I ever get lucky in a painting, I don't want to feel like, oh, I can't ever do that again. At least I can learn something and try to replicate it the best I can. So yeah, it's basically decision making, right? That's what I like about art. It's the decision making. And if I'm just going on autopilot, then I'm probably not practicing my decision. I mean, I think chess, honestly, is still like the best analogy for painting, because I think people think of chess as like this super mental thing, and it is, right? It's all mental. It's not physical, right? I mean, maybe in like speed chess, there's a small physical component of like moving the pieces quickly, but like mostly it's mental, and so is art, right? It's all about just making choices, evaluating one choice or the other. Do I make this thing in focus, or do I make this thing in focus, or do I, maybe this thing could be less in focus by doing some other thing, or like it's just making choices, like what's important and what is good. And that's the same thing with chess, right? Like, what is a good move in chess? How do you know? You don't always know. And so what you do, you come up with sort of these rules for yourself, these guidelines that you can adhere to. Things like get your king to safety, develop your pieces, um, you know, guard your pieces. Don't have pieces just sitting out in the middle to where they can be attacked by, your opponent's queen. You don't want to get like your pieces, two pieces attacked at the same time, and then they can't guard each other, and that's like bad, right? But like you have to learn the concepts of what concepts you think are important, so that when you start making choices, you can consistently make good choices. It's not just random moves, right? You're not just painting randomly. You're making choices, even if those choices eventually become very instinctual. I don't know. To me, it's like 99.9% just like how much you know and the choices you make, and training yourself to make those choices quicker and more efficiently and more consistently. I don't know. But I also realize a lot of people they treat art very they just go with the flow. They don't really think much about it. If it works, it works, and I think that's totally fine too. But I think if you're trying to learn, I think, and it's not coming easy to you, then it's good to sort of um, try to think about it in very like logical ways. I don't know. Like no, like some people probably get good at chess just by playing a lot, but almost no grandmaster gets good by just playing a lot, right? Every one of them studies chess. They understand, I mean, if you've ever heard chess players talk about, like, some grandmasters talk about chess, they know history, right? They know chess history. They know why people have made certain openings came about. How, it was a response to this kind of play, and why. So they understand it on like a very theoretical level. Everything from the history to just big concepts and ideas, and it's not just like, oh, I just played a lot. No, they think about it, they read about it, they I don't know, and that's my preferred method for art is, you try to learn a lot, you apply it a lot, you do have to play a lot, but or in this case paint a lot. I don't know. How would you practice this method in the most efficient way, do you think? By focusing on one thing at a time, and then you slowly apply them. Like what I'm doing, I don't think you just jump in. I mean, I think focusing on values first, like focus on the fundamentals. It's literally just fundamentals. So perspective is important, right? I don't know if you were here at the start of um the stream. I don't think you were, but when I started, um, well, you can't see it now because it's gone. But when I started, I literally started this painting with just, it was a line sketch. I actually used lines today. It looked a little bit like this. I think it looked about like this. Um, Something like that. Like it was just a line sketch. And then from there, I don't actually know what I did, but I could have gone into values and started blocking in values and shapes. And like it's I would say perspective is the big one, and then from there values. If you're painting like I did in this painting, or in a lot of my previous paintings that aren't in indoor environments, uh, like this painting, like values are the big thing, right? I very very graphical, lots of shapes. So the way you practice that is to just focus in black and white, and then eventually you start doing the same thing but with color, and then you have to be like, oh, I better double check that the colors are the values that I think they are, because you realize that colors can get confusing, and then you start applying that to perspective paintings, and then it's just you slowly and incrementally add in the new thing. So start in black and white and focus on things like composition or perspective or whatever, design, doesn't really matter. Like every single concept you could do an isolated study on to where you understand it, or just watch a bunch of videos on it. And then once you feel like you understand the concept, then you start applying that one concept. And then once you feel like you have a grasp on that, you apply another concept that you've studied at another time to that thing while maintaining your skill in that initial concept. Now you're doing two things at once. Then do a bunch of that, right? This is why I recommend like foggy forest paintings, right? Because they're simple. They don't have color. They don't have wacky compositions. There's no anatomy. But they do have values. They have composition. I mean, some composition. They have scale and perspective, right? There's definitely things you can practice, but the things that you're practicing are much more important in that than say like, you know, some advanced storytelling with crazy dynamic. Like that's not that important, right? So I feel like it's just a matter of trying it. Um, Something like this, I think is a little tougher for me even. I mean, especially for me, because I don't do it all the time. But a painting like this is a bit tougher, like the Marco Bucci style of painting, right? Where it's just there's a lot of paint. It's very painterly. There's a lot of texture. I think that's tougher because it's a combination of all of them, right? It's a combination of all the fundamentals. It's not like just go do this and like no, that I'm juggling, right? I'm juggling lots of things at once. So it's not like I can say, "Oh, just start juggling all of them." Well, no. Like you start the same way you start. I mean, really, it's not. I'm not sure. You've asked this question before in a very similar way, and I don't know if the thing I said didn't land the way that I meant it to. But I do wonder, it's not about style, it's not about my process. It's a like there's it doesn't matter the way that you paint really. Like I think if somebody knows the same sort of skills that I know, which most good artists to some degree will, right? If you know perspective and you know how to paint in values, you can get there. I think it, obviously if somebody like for example, uh, uh Anthony Wheeler just recently, not super recently, quite a few months ago, like 6 months ago, uh, he was trying to paint, or he had me on his stream, and he was painting in value, so black and white shapes, right? No, uh, no line work, which is what he does. He does a lot of line work. He he killed it. He knocked it out of the park because his shapes, when he draws a path in perspective, right? If he's drawing like a landscape and he's drawing it in perspective, and he draws something that looks like this. No, that's not right. Hold on. I'm trying to draw a bad perspective. If he draws a path and it looks like this or something, he's going to know that that's not a good shape because he already knows shape. He can draw them with lines, right? If he wants a path that curves towards us, he's not going to draw it looking like this, right? Because he might. That's actually isn't that bad. But like for me, I'm probably gonna do something that's gonna be a bit more, like like that or something where I feel like the perspective just feels a little more natural. That's not because I'm good at drawing shapes. It's because I can draw in perspective. I can do the same thing with lines too. It may not be as easy, like it may not feel as natural, but the same skill is there, whether it's drawing like this, right? Or drawing like,
right? Or that. Like it's the same skill. And if I think this looks good, then I'll think the other one looks good. Or if I don't think this looks good, like I can fix it too. I could be like, okay, let's fix those lines and make it look a little better. Right? It's the same concept. And it's all I don't know, like same thing with when you're, you know, doing something with composition and you're framing a subject. Composition, the same principles apply either way. I just happen to be working with color first and big blobs and shapes, but like it I don't know. I feel like I think in some ways it is harder to work this way because it feels messier kind of. But I think if you start the same, like again, I didn't start this way, right? And I don't think anybody starts painting full on painting just straight from a blank canvas. No construction lines. I use construction lines, but you know, no one starts without construction lines just painting characters. But there are people who just start and they paint their character, you know, or their portrait. Well, Cynics, right? When if you ever watch him paint a face, he'll just like start with a nose and then work his way out, or start with one eye and then he'll form it into the cheek, and before long he has like a full face, and then he just starts like sculpting the chin or something, or he might start with the forehead. Like, how do you get to that point? By learning how to draw faces with form and lines, and then eventually you learn how to shade a sphere, and then you learn how to carve that sphere into the face, and you sculpt it, and then eventually you're so comfortable sculpting the noses that you can just start with the nose, right? Like I don't it's tricky, right? I don't I mean it's not that tricky. It's hard to explain because it's just it's like I'm trying to think of an analogy of like I'm sure in everyone's life they've done something where it's like it starts out very fumbly. I mean, walking is an example, but you probably don't remember learning to walk, so that's probably not a good example. Um, like if you've ever played like a Dance Dance Revolution game, you know, where like you're doing baby steps. Um, you know, and you can't even like, or Guitar Hero where you can't hit the notes right at all, and then eventually you just start doing it. It's not it really, I mean, in that sense it's just muscle memory basically, but it's kind of the same. Like muscle memory, but it's I don't like the term muscle memory when talking about physical things, because I think people think it's literally just like, oh, my body just learns what it's like, but it's more just like you're repeating those thought processes over and over again. It's one of the reasons why people typically who do a lot of painting consider rendering the mindless stage, right? It's because the way that light hits an object and the way that there's shine, you know, if you're painting glass, or if you're painting, uh, you know, some material, at first it's really hard, but eventually it's just like, oh, light hits a book from a certain way and it's going to be a certain amount of shininess. And then, oh, this part's in shadow and it's bright, so it's going to be, you know, the ambient light's a little blue, so it's going to be a little bit lighter. Like, at some point, it just becomes autopilot. Whereas initially, you have to think it through like you're a, you know, like you're solving math problems or something. Um, but it does become much easier, and to the point where you can almost do it on autopilot. Yeah, like with your eyes closed, except not literally. Whereas something like, you know, designing a composition, well, no, that actually requires problem solving, right? The rendering doesn't inherently require problem solving. I mean, maybe a little bit, but it's like the same problems every time, right? Where's your light coming from? What's the material? Anyway, I think it's really tough. I don't I wouldn't really recommend someone try to just paint like Marco Bucci or whatever, you know? Which, again, I don't even paint this way, but you know what I mean. Uh, Temperus, thank you so much for the follow. You finally found some good content. No. Well, I'm very tired today, so it's really not good content. It's very low energy, rambly, halfway incoherent, and I probably sound like I just became aware that I'm pretty sure I sounded like I was like on an ego trip or something. No, but yeah, no, we were just talking about yeah, like learning to paint, sort of just paint as opposed to like sketch it out and do all the yeah. Anyway, basically how to learn art, which again, it's just a matter. I don't know. I'm a pixel artist who's gotten a digital painting oil. I love it so far. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I love painting. I'm like a I joke, but about being like anti-line. I basically don't use lines, because I don't know. I just love painting. I think it's fun. All the compositional stuff and values and trying to push focus in places and yeah, which is kind of what I'm doing right now. Maybe the cat should be more in focus. Let's bring some cat, some light in here. But yeah, I think I'm about ready to end stream, so you're kind of catching me right at the very end. I love fantasy. I had to check your workout. No, thanks. Yeah, I mostly do. I mean, it's funny. I almost use the word fantasy and imaginative interchangeably. So, like, a lot of the stuff that I paint could perfectly exist in the sense that, like, it's not magic and, you know, there. I guess I paint some things like floating islands, but, like, mostly the things that I paint are here, let me show you. Are things like this, right? It's like, oh, there's a big rock. You know, like here's a rock. Not very exciting. And there's people rock climbing on it. And like, is this a fantasy landscape? Yes, because it doesn't exist. But like, there's nothing inherently fantasy about it, right? Or like some of these, you know, these big arches, like if I'm doing a little sketch and there's arches and stuff and like weird land formations, they could kind of exist. But then there are some things like this where it's like, okay, this is a floating castle or floating island, right? So okay, that's fantasy. Is this fantasy? It could exist, kind of, sort of, kind of. I don't know. Like, so yeah, I you know, and then there's things like this, like, you know, just faces, sculptured things, and it's like, okay, well that in theory could also exist. And so yeah, most of the stuff isn't like strictly fantasy. These sketches, I guess, were because they had frog people in them. So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I guess I use the term fantasy and imaginative sort of interchangeably. But yeah, anyway, I do a lot of landscapes, as you can see, mostly landscapes. Yeah, I'm a big fan of landscapes. You know, it's funny. I have a rough patch in here. This was the no, it wasn't rough. I guess this was the Huevember. In November, I did a bunch of colors things. I will say, I think my paintings after Huevember were much better than before. So if you look at these, now I'm just making an observation about myself. If I look at these, I think these are much worse than these, and they were only 6 months away. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, same here. You love landscapes? Oh, yeah, landscapes are great. I'm trying to do more interiors, which is what today is supposed to be. But I think I need a break. My brain is mush, and I don't even know what I want to do with this painting. So yeah, I think I need a break. I think we're gonna try to find somebody to raid. If Anthony Wheeler's on, I'll go over there because I was just talking about him, and I feel like I would rather. Ooh, let's put some shiny stuff in here. That would look kind of neat. It's like the texture and the. But yeah, I don't think he's online, but he might be. We can go over there. He's fun. He does a lot of very sketchy stuff. You followed me on Twitter? No, thanks. I appreciate the follow. We could go to Steve Najarin. Whoa, what's happening? Oh, it's a sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, let's go over to Skittle. I mean, we go to Skittle a lot. Custom Magic Tokens by KM McCaig. Yeah, thank you so much. Timpers. I don't even know how to say your name. You know what? Let's go over to KM McCaig. Or KM Keg. I don't know how to say her name. I think it's it's K McCaig. Let's go over there. We haven't rated them in a long time. But they are doing some custom magic tokens, which is pretty cool. I like magic. So let's go over there. Let's say hello. And yeah, thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out and putting up with my tired rambles and stuff. I very much appreciate it, and thank you for the sub and the support. And yeah, I guess here's the other links. I have a Patreon. I have a YouTube for I have a YouTube for VODs and all my other socials and stuff. Anyway, there's the stuff. You can follow it. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. I will be next live on Saturday. And I have a raid call. Sorry, all the links, just tons of spamming. Don't mind me. Just me being bad at outros. And okay, let's go say hi to Kay McCaig. She's great. I hope you'll like what she does. But if not, that's okay, because it's just a raid. Okay, see y'all. Oh, and I have to stop the YouTube side of things. See you, YouTube. Thanks for being here. Hit that follow, I guess. If you want. Or come join me on